live.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to HAR Wired Tech Week. I'm Shayna, the managing director here at Host Agency Reviews. Welcome to my home. And I'm so excited to kick things off with you today. Before we jump in, the most important thing of the day is I am joined by someone who actually needs no introduction, but I'm going to give her one anyways. It's Steph Lee.
Yay! Hello, everyone. I'm Steph Lee, the founder of HAR, and we are so excited to spend this week with you. This is our inaugural HAR Wired, by the way, for those of you that didn't know that. It's very exciting. We are going to be talking all things travel tech and the tools that are going to make your life as an advisor a little bit easier.
First off, I want to thank everyone for being here, whether you're joining us live or if you're catching the replay later in the week or, a few months later. You're part of something really special. Like Steph said, this is our inaugural HAR Wired, and it's built just for you, the advisors. So this is a space to learn, to get inspired, to connect with brilliant humans behind the tech shaping our industry.
This is so fun, by the way, looking in the comments. Rochelle is saying she's been waiting for this week all year. So have we, Rochelle. We are very, very excited. So this was created with just one goal in mind. We wanted to make travel technology feel approachable for all of you because we know that travel tech and tech in general can be overwhelming and it can sometimes feel a little intimidating for those of us that are not super tech savvy. But it's important to remember that at its heart, it is just a set of tools that is designed to help you do what you do best, which is creating incredible travel experiences. So kudos to all of you. Now, over the next few days, you're going to hear from some innovators and from some advisors who are pushing the boundaries. You're going to find creative ways to use technology to grow their business, how they serve their clients and advisors better, and then stay ahead of that fast-changing landscape. Yes, that's AI we're talking about there, if you didn't pick that up. So as always, we are going to keep it very HAR-like, though. It's going to be approachable, it's going to be honest, and full of takeaways you can actually use. None of that fluff.
Yeah. I like a little bit of fluff. Mostly the fluff of your dogs is my favorite, personally.
Oh yeah, hopefully they were in the camera. I'm sorry, everybody. They're feeling a little shy, but hopefully they'll be back.
We got all week. But anyway, so before we jump into today, I do want to give you a quick overview of how HAR Wired is structured so that you can all make the most of the week. Each day, HAR Wired has its own theme. So this is designed to explore a different angle of travel technology each day. We'll open with a keynote every single day, followed by 4 30-minute feature sessions that will focus on a specific topic that aligns with the overall daily theme. And we close off each day with a panel discussion. We are mixing it up for the final day on Friday with 14, yes, that's right, you hear me correctly, that is 14 demo showcases that are all built to help you not just learn about new technology, but really to see it in action. We've kept all of the sessions bite-sized and focused so that you can pop in for a quick burst of inspiration, a view of Steph's dogs if they ever decide to join us, or you can stay all day. I know, yeah, we love them. We love us some Fenny and Orion. Or you can stay all day and soak up every idea that there is. We've also designed HAR Wired to be advisor first, meaning every discussion connects back to real world takeaways you can actually use in your business. Whether you're looking to upgrade your tech stack, streamline your workflow, or just try to stay ahead of the curve or get within the curve, there's going to be something in here for you. And of course, it wouldn't be a HAR event without a few fun, cute twists along the way. So keep an eye out for our APPetizers. Our sponsor.
So sorry.
I know.
So good.
Yeah. If any of you know or have met Jen on our team, she came up with that. It's epic. She also came up with HAR Wired, if anyone wants to know where that name came from. We will have some sponsor spotlights. We'll have plenty of chances for you to engage, share your takeaways, have some fun. And if you feel so inclined, if you haven't noticed our love of dogs yet, feel free to send your dog photos to hello at hostagencyreviews.com. We will have a couple breaks each day, or I say a couple will have a break each day where, maybe we share some dog photos. We do this during host week, if you don't already know. So feel free to send us some of your dog or any animal.
Yes, I was going to say, we don't discriminate.
We don't. So feel free, any and all the animals, we love it. All right, so let's jump in and talk about today's focus, and that is the future of travel technology. So technology in travel has never evolved faster than it is right now. From artificial intelligence and automation to new payment systems, CRM integrations, content tools, everything is really shifting. And the question we're exploring today is, what does that future actually look like for the travel advisor? So is AI going to reshape how we sell and serve clients? What happens when back-end systems talk to each other seamlessly? And how do we make sure that amid all this innovation, the advisor's role doesn't just stay relevant, but becomes even more powerful? And of course, many, many more questions, because that's what we love. We'll hear from the people who are building the tools shaping the future, from startups, so get excited, some new businesses you probably haven't seen, that are rethinking advisor workflows, to established tech players evolving to meet new needs. Today is about imagining what's possible, and it's about looking at where we're headed as an industry and getting excited about being part of that future rather than just waiting for it to arrive.
That was so inspirational, Shayna. I am ready to take on technology and become a robot.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that either. Yeah.
I was actually
robotness, as long as it laughs a lot, I think I'm okay.
I was going to dress up in a box with tinfoil around me and come up like that. I know. And I was like, oh, that'll probably just totally Shayna will be like, okay, wow, here we go. Let's jump in.
Okay. I do have to say, I just saw the best photo. Our producer, Juan, in the background. If anyone has joined us for host week, you would know, Juan. He just sent us a photo of his setup with the 200 screens that he has, and it is fantastic. Perhaps we'll share that at some point, Juan. I have to say, that is an epic photo if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he's really intense, but knows what's going on. So all the Juan lovers, you can go ahead in the comments, give some love. That's very exciting. A few things before we jump in. So one is, we want you to keep the chat going. I see it's been for us, it's really fun as the team to see what's happening in the chat. So please keep us company. We're here for 4 days. So we've already asked people where they're from. We would love to hear where you are in your travel advisor journey. So if you can tell us if you're brand new to it, if you just got started, if you're a 20-year veteran, whatever it is, we want to hear about it. We want to get to know you guys. So any questions you have, same thing there. Pop those in the comments. We have Abby, Jen that are in the comments. I'll also be in the comments throughout the week. Pop those in there and we will get to them live. If we do not, we will send them around to the speakers at the end of the week. So you don't need to worry. You will get them answered. And then use that hashtag HAR Wired if you're posting on social. We would love to see what setup you're using. Your pets. Any pets, we'd love them all. And any light bulb moments that you might have had throughout the week that have really been life-changing for your business. So as Shayna mentioned, this is worth repeating again. We want your pet photos. So dogs, canine, felines, bovines, whatever you want, we want them as well. And we want to showcase them. So you can email them over to hello@hostagencyreviews, where Abby is going to be on the other end as a very excited receiver of your cute little animal pictures. So do not stress. Some of you may be wondering, if you miss a session, will you be able to watch it? Yes, this on YouTube. The link that you're on now is the one you can come back to at any time and rewatch it. So it's on demand afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So before we dive in, I do want to take this opportunity to thank our incredible sponsors. You will see their logos throughout the day. Please go check them out. They all have directories with us. Cruise Planners, GRN Connect, Travify, Incentive Connection Travel, and PTN Travel are our weekly sponsors. And we have our incredible daily sponsors for Tuesday, which are Planet Easy, Safari Portal, and Sion, the three of which you will hear from at some point this week. Sion you will hear from later today, actually. All right, so we've got an incredible lineup ahead, starting with a conversation that sets the tone for the entire week of HAR Wired.
Excellent. I don't know if you guys saw, we've got Orion in the background, made an appearance. So everybody go ahead, grab your coffee, your tea, your water, whatever you're drinking. We won't ask too many questions. Grab your cute little pet to snuggle up with, and let's get wired for what's next in travel.
All right, let's get ready. So our first keynote of the week, and we are starting strong. Joining us all the way from Chile, where he's attending the Adventure Travel Trade Association's annual conference, because why not speak at one conference at a time when you can speak at two?
Exactly.
I know someone who truly lives and breathes the future of our industry. He's the host of the Travel Trends podcast, the upcoming AI Travel Tech Summit, which we will link in the comments for you, and one of the most curious, forward-thinking voices in the travel space. We are really excited to welcome Dan Christian. He also happens to be my fellow Canadian. Dan really has a knack for connecting the dots between technology, human behavior, and the evolution of travel, helping us all think a little deeper about how innovation can enhance what we do and not replace it. So it feels especially fitting to have him kick off day one, where he explores the top 6 AI marketing trends for 2026. Before we bring Dan on, I want to take a quick moment to thank Tern for sponsoring our opening keynote this week. Tern continues to, yeah, we love you, continues to be such a great partner in supporting advisors and helping modernize the way we all work together. We've got a short message from the Tern team, and then we'll hand things over to Dan to get us inspired for the week. And as a fun little tidbit before Steph and I leave you, before I come back to introduce the rest of the day, we will have a fellow advisor who is going to share the little APPetizer we were talking about of a tech tool that they use and love right after Dan. If you attend Host Week, this is like our one thing. So this will be a fun share from one of the advisors from one of our weekly sponsors, PTN Travel. So you definitely want to stay tuned. All right, let's turn it over to Tern, to Dan, and our APPetizer.
Yeah! I always hear from advisors that I love planning travel, but I hate the admin nightmare that comes with it. And the problem isn't that you don't work hard. We all know that you guys bust your butt all the time. But the tools that you use are not exactly built for the way you actually work. They are separate CRM tools, separate itinerary tools, invoicing platforms that aren't connected. And so you end up in this crazy workflow loop that makes you paying multiple subscriptions. And so what happens? Leads get lost in your inbox, follow-ups fall through the cracks, and you spend 40 minutes building a quote that really probably should have taken 10. And when a client from 2 weeks ago is ready to book, you're digging through old emails trying to find their trip details. And the result is that you're working so much harder than you need to and leaving money on the table. And that is why we built Tern. It is the first platform designed specifically for travel advisors and how they really run their businesses, from that first inquiry all the way to your final payment and when they travel. Here's what that actually looks like. You can plan, quote, talk to your clients all in one place. You can build an itinerary, price it out, send a beautiful branded proposal to your client. But even more so, you can keep track of your communications together. You can invoice to your host agency to make sure you get paid with your commissions. And you can even track all of your calendar bookings because of our calendar builder tool. Plus, we just released an incredible new analytics tool that will allow you to keep track of your sales, your best clients, and so many more really important pieces of information that shouldn't take you multiple spreadsheets to figure out. One of our advisors recently went from 40 minutes on a different software per quote down to 5, just because she kept up with our templates for her most common trips. Now she just customizes them and sends. And your CRM here actually understands travel. Our CRM isn't generic. You could see every client's trip history, filtered by who's traveled in the past year, and you could even set up automated follow-ups so that past clients don't slip through the cracks. One of our advisors actually doubled their rebooking rate in one season just by their automatic check-ins. And payments and invoicing are built in. You can request deposits, send invoices, collect authorizations, and track what's being paid, all without leaving the platform or switching to another tool mid-workflow. It's not about cramming more features into your day. It's about getting the admin work off of your plate so that you can focus on what you are actually really great at, and that is planning incredible trips and building relationships with your clients. Let me give you a real example. Megan is a solo travel advisor in California, and before Tern, she was losing leads because follow ups were manual and inconsistent. She would get busy, things would slip, and by the time she circled back, clients might have booked elsewhere. But with Tern, she was able to set up automations and workflows so that past clients could get re engaged depending on different settings. She also now can book 3 times faster by being able to take a proposal all the way to collecting choices on room types and optionality and activities, all the way to authorization without any back and forth. You heard that right. We have dynamic itinerary tools that literally allow a client to choose pieces of their itinerary, and it takes them automatically into authorization for the amount based on what they picked out. It's pretty incredible. Now, we hear all the time that Tern makes this advisor's life feel like a real business and not just a service provider that's trying to figure it out. And we hear that over and over and over. It's not about just saving you more time. It's about showing up more professionally, staying organized, and actually capturing the revenue that you are working so hard to create and being able to prove it with the data too. We believe at Tern that advisors are incredibly powerful business owners who make the travel more approachable for their clients. You deserve tools that work just as hard as you do, but you also need those invisible clicks removed. We're not trying to be everything to everyone. We are laser focused on building the platform that helps travel advisors grow a suitable, profitable business without drowning in admin work. If anything you heard just resonated, if you've ever even heard of Tern or feel like your tools are working against you, I highly recommend just reaching out to us. We'd love to offer you a free trial at tern.travel. And as a thank you for watching, use code WIRED25 at checkout for $49 off your first subscription. That's Tern.travel, and the code is WIRED25. We are so excited to help you build better businesses together.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction, Shayna and Stephanie. I am thrilled to be here at the HAR official Tech Week kickoff. It's a huge honor for me to be joining you for the opening session. I think the world of Stephanie, Shayna, and the entire team at HAR. I love this community. I started on the travel agency side myself, so this is my passion. And obviously, it was pretty cool to be right after Grace as well, because her company, of course, was acquired by Tern. So thanks to them for sponsoring this session. And just so everyone knows, I'm not in my bedroom. I'm actually in Patagonia, Chile. I am speaking at the Adventure Travel and Trade Association conference here tomorrow. I've just finished an epic 5-day cycling trip, and I'm in my hotel room. And I was actually really keen for you to see the mountain scenery, but I had to close the blinds because the sun and the glare was just too much. But you can see for proof that I am in Patagonia, if you check out Instagram at DC Trips, you can see some highlights of my travels and some of the updates over the next couple of days. But we've got lots I want to cover with you in the time that we have together. And the focus of the session, of course, is AI. You're going to hear a lot about this week. And I just want to actually caveat my session by talking about the fact that AI has a lot of pros and a lot of cons. And there is an important discussion to be had on both sides of this. The one thing I wanted to highlight today, and this is the intention of my session, I put this together exclusively for our conversation today. I've been working on this presentation over the last couple of weeks to be ready for today. And what I wanted to bring you was the top 6 ways that AI will impact travel marketing in 2026, given that is such a huge focus for everyone joining this session and wanting to learn from many experts in this space. And I'm not trying to position myself as a pure AI expert. I'm certainly a travel industry expert. I love marketing and technology, but I, of course, run the Travel Trends podcast. And we did our AI Summit last year. We have another one coming up in a couple of weeks. I will share a bit of a highlight about that at the end, because I want to make sure that all of you can benefit not only from all the amazing sessions this week, but Shayna is going to be hosting a session at our conference as well. And I want you to be able to join. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with me and my background, I just wanted to highlight that my background in travel is pretty extensive, but there's one important element to the story that I just wanted to share with you. For those of you who don't know me and don't know travel trends, but after about 20 years in the travel industry, working for various large travel companies, I decided to my dad became sick with cancer, and I decided to step out of my corporate role and to take care of him. And I partially joked, my dad had a great sense of humor, that I was going to start a podcast because he didn't want me to leave my corporate role. And I said to him, don't worry, Dad, like I've got this, even though I really wasn't sure exactly how things were going to play out. And here we are 2.5 years later. My dad, unfortunately, had 5 months when he was given 6 months. And I'm so glad I got that time with him. But after I had some time to process everything, I then shot 10 seasons, 10 seasons, 10 episodes of season 1 of Travel Trends, and it really took off. And here we are, 2.5 years later, and it's become the #1 B2B podcast globally. And I'm very grateful for many of you who might already be listeners to our podcast. But I just wanted to give you that context, because the whole idea with the Travel Trends podcast was to be able to have conversations like we're having now, to be able to speak to executives that are seeing the trends ahead of us, being able to read about them in other media publications, or even being able to see the earnings reports of publicly traded companies. How do we have conversations with people that are on the front lines, understanding the changes that are happening in travel and are able to share with us? So today, I have the 6 most impactful ways that I see that AI is going to impact marketing in 2026. And the first one I wanted to kick off with is the fact that the consumer journey is changing. I think everyone that is using search, and especially now seeing Google AI mode, that the search journey, and if you have your analytics data, you're likely seeing drop-offs in organic traffic. And so there's no question that this new epoch of AI planning tools are starting to show real traction in the marketplace, for better and for worse. But I just wanted to highlight, when you look at the stats of this, it's anywhere between 50 to 70% of travelers are now using AI planning tools. Now, a lot of them aren't using it for booking yet. Some of that may change, but they're certainly looking at those tools for planning purposes, and then arriving to you, the actual experts, to be able to tell them what they should do, where they should go, help them book their flights, and make sure they have an amazing experience like I am having in Chile right now. And we did this series with Mindtrip, who, for those of you who might be familiar with Mindtrip, they are an AI planning platform, and they started as B2C, but their real success came from B2B. And we partnered to create this 3-part series to understand how AI was impacting destination marketing. And the key takeaways I wanted you to understand, this episode went live last week. We have 3 episodes coming out to talk about this in more detail. But when I interviewed Jeanette Roush, who's the Chief AI Officer at Brand USA, there was a few big takeaways that are really important to understand about the consumer journey. So one is the utilization, but the other, and this actually has been highlighted in several reports, including from our friends over at travelai.com, a really fascinating company based in Vancouver that runs over about 600 different websites. They're planning to scale to about 6,000 websites, all using AI. And one of the things that John Liotier, the CEO, had highlighted and shared quite freely on LinkedIn to see if other people are seeing the same thing, is that customers are arriving ready to purchase. They're ready to book after they've done their research. And so the numbers can range anywhere between 3 to 7x, but 5x is a pretty good range to see that compared to traditional search activity. When someone's done their research using AI tools, they're now ready to book. Now, the most important thing in this whole new realm of the consumer journey changing is making sure that all of your agencies are relevant where consumers are spending their time. And many of you are familiar with search engine optimization and are probably starting to come to terms with this whole reality of AI, generative optimization. And I know you'll likely hear, we've got Dan Flores and some great people that are speaking and that will talk about AI, but the tools that you need to be certainly aware of, and I'm not personally invested in either of these companies, nor do I have any referral. I just wanted to give you what I think and believe are to be the most important recommendations to benefit your business. And the tools that I see most of my clients utilizing are Peak and Scrunch. Those are both .ai. You can also use SEMrush and some of the traditional tools you may be familiar with that are showcasing the AI search and making sure your brand is relevant. But I strongly encourage you to be looking at how you're indexing. And that brings us to the most important element. And I highlighted this, which is PR. Now, having led some of the large marketing teams for big global brands, one of the things that we always did when we prioritized digital transformation and moved away from some of the more expensive brand marketing is we still continue to invest in PR. And many of you that are running smaller agencies may not be as familiar with regularly distributing press releases across the wires, but I have to tell you, it's more important than ever, because this new realm of AI search is being led by earned media. So any of these large language models are using their entity trust graphs to try and figure out what should have the highest authority and get that content in front of you. And I'm just using one example here, which is obviously relevant to us, but it's actually specifically relevant to our friends at Host Agency Reviews, is that if you type in, is there a travel industry conference for AI? Our Travel Trends AI Summit comes up first. And why does it? Because our friends at Host Agency Reviews wrote a great piece about it, and the large language models are picking up on that. And so it's not about your own content as it often is with blog strategies for SEO. It is absolutely about earned media and the importance of PR, because those summaries are what is shaping people's opinion of your business now. And so even going back to being able to distribute press releases and being able to get more earned media. And I included this one stat that 80% of citations used by AI search are from earned media. So it's never been more important. And I know we've got each of these topics, I can tell you we could spend 30 minutes on themselves, but I'm going to move quickly so we can cover as much as possible. And then I will be fully available to answer questions after the session. We won't carry on the session, but I'll be joining on the YouTube channel to answer questions, and I'll give you my email and you can feel free to reach out to me and I can at least point in the right direction. Now, number 3, and this is actually my favorite and most, I was debating where I put this in because these are not necessarily in priority order. I wanted to give you the top 6 for 2026, but number 3 for me is actually the most exciting. And for any of you that uses an iPhone like I do and ask Siri for assistance on various tasks and know how intensely frustrating it is when Siri says to you, should I use ChatGPT for this? And the answer is yes, always use ChatGPT for this. Why are you even asking me anymore? When I'm driving in my car and you tell me the results of a web search, it's hardly useless. I want to throw my phone out the window. And this is one of the reasons where Apple has certainly fallen behind in AI. And when you look at some of these tools that are available now, the reality is we as a species are vocal. I mean, that's why I have a podcast. That's why we're connecting over sessions like this, is that it's all about the human touch. And the reality is that we've been taught over the last 20 or 30 years to type and to text message each other. And one of the most exciting things now is that we are getting our voices back. And when we cry for help, we raise our voice. And so one of the things I'm thoroughly excited about is our ability to be able to use our voices to gather information. And the reason that's really important for all of the marketers is that you need to make sure that you're optimizing for listeners, not just for readers. And the websites that we know today, this became a hot debate in episode 2 of that series, is what is the relevance of websites going forward when people are using AI tools? And the thing to keep in mind on this front is that just like when we went down the path with SEO, we had to make sure that our websites could be read by the Google crawlers and the algorithms that would index that content. The same thing is happening now with large language models that are looking for answers to questions. That's one of the big shifts around PR and optimization, is making sure that you're focused on answering questions that large language models will pick up. But the main thing is our websites are now being designed in this new era that we're going to talk about next for agentic search, where we have agents acting on our behalf. And for our conference, we have this character named Jet. People can call the phone number, ask any questions about it. And I'm not suggesting for a moment, and I'm going to finish with this, I'm not suggesting for a moment this replaces your role. This is an opportunity to become more efficient and give tools where necessary or beneficial to travelers to be able to automate some of the things that we can streamline some of our workflows. But I think the more important takeaway here is that we all need to be ready for voice-based search. Now, let's talk a little bit about agentic, because this topic is one that is the hottest to be talked about today, and a lot of people are still wrapping their head around generative AI, let alone agentic AI. And for everyone, just to make sure I bring everyone along in the conversation, because it's such a simple explanation, but agentic AI is what we used to be called travel agents, like agents. So people that actually act on your behalf to make decisions or to book things. And the reason that agentic is such a huge shift is that this first wave that we're now kind of a year and a half, 2 years into, where we started experiencing like generative AI that could do all sorts of amazing content tasks, we're now at the point where these LLMs have the ability to reason and act on our behalf. So there is, of course, and this is where, like, balancing everything, there is the frightening aspect, what it means for all of us in our roles in a world where AI tools will be able to do some of the tasks and what roles it can eliminate. Now, take a step back and think about the journey that we went on. And I think this is the part that's actually quite reassuring to me in many ways, which is there's many parallels to the dot-com era that we're seeing now, including the bubble that we're in. So one thing I just want to mention too is that there is going to be a correction. And there's going to be a correction of the valuations of a lot of these companies. And I think it's imminent. And I thought that it was actually going to happen when ChatGPT 5 rolled out. And all of a sudden it turned out to be a bit of a jerk and wasn't a professor on every topic. And people realized it couldn't quite do everything. And so keep in mind that that is going to happen, but don't lose sight of the amazing technological shift that's occurring and all the benefits you can realize for your business. Now, every platform you're using at the moment is turning into an AI business. And that's the other parallel to the dot-com era. Every business was a dot-com business. Every business today has become an AI business. Every conference I see, every business is leveraging their AI strength and capabilities. And I use one example here with MailChimp, since many of you are small business owners and likely use MailChimp for your newsletters, which is only one of many examples that can be automated now. Not only just the content that can be created, but even the distribution and being able to do A/B testing. So any platform today is being optimized towards AI, and you're seeing that. The one thing I would highlight to each of you is to be reevaluating the platforms you're using, because not everyone is getting it right or as well optimized as other platforms. So that's something to consider. But really, what I wanted to share on this topic was when you look at your team. So when we went through that incredible dot-com era and everyone was rushing to build websites and hire digital talent, they now needed to do paid media, they needed to do social media. That whole wave we went through. The challenge we have right now for most companies is, where do you go? Where do you go for this expertise and this talent? You used to go to website agencies, and they still exist, but their businesses are changing. Look at Propelic, one of our partners that started off as an SEO agency, and now they're an AI first digital agency, and they're focused on essentially AI generative optimization is their primary focus. Now, partners are incredibly important for making this shift, but when you start to look at your team, I think this is one of the most important things, and what I'm seeing the more successful companies, and I'll use an example, which is TUI. TUI interestingly uses Peak as one of their platforms, the PEC that I mentioned. But when you look at a company, and they gave what I consider to be the most impressive AI presentation at the ITB conference in Berlin earlier this year, because unlike some of the major players that really just highlighted their own technology and their own platform, and even Google was highlighting the fact that everyone's still using search and it all comes back to search. And we know that's not the case, and that's changing. But what TUI highlighted is they've built their own LLM for their internal business that all of their staff members use. One of the challenges, and the team at Lufthansa Lab that runs an amazing newsletter, the TMNT newsletter, highlighted that nearly 80% of people who work in travel are using AI on a daily basis, but less than 30% are trained. And this is a big skill gap that we're facing at the moment for all of us. So you're looking at who you're going to hire and what skills they have. First thing I would tell you, make sure they're embracing AI and they're actually excited about it and optimistic about how it will complement their role. But also, this is an opportunity for you to reevaluate every role in your marketing team. Most companies now, and again, this is not one I want to give too much concern to, but the reality is that most roles that you're hiring for today, you do need to be evaluating how much of that role can be utilizing AI to, and so many companies are pausing on hiring to make decisions around how they're leveraging AI. What I would encourage you to do, for sure, it's not about necessarily reducing headcount. It is making everyone in your team far more efficient and effective by utilizing these tools. And so the reality is that search engine marketing expert that you had before that you were paying a huge premium for, almost all of their workflow can be automated. And that is a frightening proposition for many of them. And they're having to reevaluate their skills and their training. Google Max came along and did a lot of this automation, and that's only going to scale. All of a sudden, you can have campaigns that can be shifting budget in real time and optimizing. And I'm sure for many of you who are managing any sort of paid media, whether it be from Facebook or Google or even LinkedIn, we're running a campaign for our AI Summit on LinkedIn, and it's all automated, and it's performing far better than any of our team members could otherwise have set it up and optimized for. So across the board, paid, creative newsletters. And the one I wanted to finish off is video. And I almost wanted to include an example of this, but the reality is it's leveling the playing field. Any company now can produce a blockbuster type ad for very little in terms of actual cost. And I think that's an exciting proposition for every small business that can leverage all of these tools and start to utilize these platforms and agentic AI to be able to create these. And the last thing I want to say on this topic, and this relates to my good friend Gilad Berenstein, who will also be speaking at our conference, who's a real AI expert in his own right. He talks about AI swarms. And the reality is we're going to be using a lot of different AI tools to be able to accomplish our workflow. And one of the big things is now going to have enable them to talk to each other and have interoperability between different LLMs. And that's the next big exciting shift. So keep in mind, it's not about just having one platform. It's about actually using multiple different agentic AI and ultimately having them work together on your behalf. Now, this is one I really wanted to bring up too, because I spoke last year when I had the privilege to be here. I spoke about personalization and this concept of hyper-personalization as being a big trend for 2025. And I talked about a company called Legends. And for those of you who joined and know me from that talk or can recall what I'd highlighted then, Legends had really impressed me with their ability to be able to take to take information like your search history, but even all started with the photos on your phone, to be able to take the photos from your phone and be able to build a DNA profile of you and make trip recommendations for you. And they took it to the next step by taking your Google Calendar, which has your flight details and your frequent flyer numbers, so your loyalty program, and all of a sudden it had a very rich profile of you as a traveler. And Legends was shopping their technology around to many travel agencies. You may have heard from Stephanie and Shayna, two great female executive entrepreneurs that were running a really cool AI startup. And they were acquired by Fora. I think everyone obviously knows Fora. Fora is obviously part of the HAR community as well. And they acquired that technology. And the reason I wanted to share this is not to frighten or scare any of you. It's just to highlight the fact that this is going to become table stakes very quickly for customers in terms of their expectations. And this is where we're going to finish off on the personal touch. But the most important thing to be aware of is that utilizing this technology to be able to automate your back office workflows or to make sure that the customers are getting the right information at the right time so that you can improve your conversions and retention. And I just wanted to call out, and I know that I'll share the presentation, but it specifically for me, when I was building out this major trend and I was going through some of the articles about the acquisition, and I know Jake Peters, who is the CTO at Fora, who was key to getting this deal together and bringing that technology on board. You look at the fact, what are they trying to do? Leveraging customer data to provide predictive insights and improve personalization, engagement, and revenue growth. That's going to be integrated to Fora's advisor portal and all their client-facing products designed to modernize advisor-client interactions. And then it'll be also integrated in their supplier-facing products to improve distribution at scale. And I included that because the difference between what I shared last year about hyper-personalization, I'm adding in the hyper-personalization at scale and in real time. Because we've had this holy grail of marketing for the last 10 years as we've been focusing on digital with this idea of one-to-one marketing. And now you have the opportunity to move from segmenting an audience to actually one-to-one experiences. And this is really exciting. And there's a number of companies. Tern is actually a great example. And I'm not calling them out just because they sponsored this session, but they're a great example of a company that really gets it and understands what's happening in this space. And this is where you have to find those partners to work with because you're not going to solve for this one on your own. Now, let's finish with some really good news. And this is where, as I say to you, where I'm traveling at the moment. And one of the things we need to think about as a travel industry is the travel industry is always behind in terms of technology. That's an overall theme. And so we're way behind in terms of AI utilization. Most of the money, tech, talent has gone into finance, it's gone into healthcare, it's gone into much other larger sectors. And so I don't want any of you to feel panicked because the reality is there's absolutely an opportunity to catch up. But just if you think about where we are with the search activity, right now, it may be about 5% of search is switching over to AI. but in the next 2 years, it's projected to be 50%. And so that's where you do not want your business to get left behind. So I strongly encourage, and we'll wrap up with the summary of those points of what I really think everyone should be focusing on to make your business relevant for the future. But this, to me, is your moat. In startup terms, the moat, obviously, of a castle is what startups and investors are specifically looking for as far as what actually gives you the ability to protect your business against the competition. And that comes down to the personal relationships that you have with each of your clients, the trust and authenticity. This is the part that you can't lose. And I specifically chose this image because it's all about touch. And it's about that connection, the true human connection. That's what everyone is going to be seeking from us in the travel industry, and what really reassures me about the growth of our industry and the potential. I was on this 5-day bike tour. On the second day, my e-bike battery broke down, and the team rallied around me to get me to finish the last 5 kilometers. And it was a really meaningful moment. And I loved being away from technology. I loved being off the grid, and I loved connecting with people in the real world. And more people are looking to that. And you see that with brands like Intrepid, where they're talking about the fact that we've never been more connected than ever and people are lonelier than ever. Well, the term that I like to use in marketing is sometimes you have to zig when others zag. And everyone is focusing on AI, and many of them for the right reasons, but don't get lost and over-index to the point where you lose the human touch, because it's not going to be the fact that you use AI. It's truly about how and where you're going to use it. And there's a term that some of you may have become familiar with called AI slop, where platforms like Pinterest and others are just getting inundated with terrible content of reviews and fake reviews. So there's this whole new battle happening on the internet of all this terrible generic content. So the opportunity for each of you is to be able to not only be authentic, have unique voices, but that true local knowledge and the things that make you stand out. So my strong encouragement to everyone is to lean into those human stories, those local perspectives. And to highlight one example, when we were shifting so much of our budget to digital, we started doing direct mail campaigns again. And guess what? Yes, they're expensive, but they work. And so what I encourage each of you to do with your customers, and some of you will send handwritten notes, and that's a perfect example of that personal touch. And I would emphasize how important it is to lean into that. So don't let AI take over any of the aspects that are really what is so unique about the human experience, and the fact that we can have empathy for other people. And so this is where there's lots of opportunity to leverage AI for marketing to scale. And I'm going to just quickly summarize a few of those points, which is the most important thing: the customer journey. It's changing, and it's changing dramatically. Someone else described it as internet, which is an interesting way to put it, because if someone showed you Google and then they show you ChatGPT, people are overwhelmingly moving to a new internet and using ChatGPT. So that consumer journey that we've known for nearly 20 years or more is changing right in front of us, and it's changing quickly. And so you need to make sure that you're relevant in that space. And PR is that new backbone. It's the SEO, the fuel of a generative optimization. And then, of course, optimizing for voice, just like we're connecting here today. The agentic AI use cases are immense. There are so many different ways you can go. And we have our AI summit coming up that I just want to highlight at the very end, only because I want you guys to be able to see actual real use cases. The part of my frustration was that there's a lot of talk and very few people showing exactly what they're doing. And I met this amazing person named JP Deschanel that did this 30-minute presentation in Quebec City earlier this year and showed how you can create a business, a brand, a website, a marketing campaign in 30 minutes, something that would have taken 6 months before. And he's going to lead off our session. And so you can see examples like that. And we're actually going to have Stephanie, and we'll also have Jake Peters there. So we'll talk about hyper-personalization. And then most importantly, we're going to have Shayna there, and she's going to talk about trust and authenticity in this world and how you guys can continue to be incredibly successful, because this is an exciting era to be a travel advisor in. And that's why companies like Fora are having success, and why each of you are well positioned to take advantage of this technology. The last thing I'll leave you with is that the investment in B2B technology is far outpacing B2C. So the investments are being made to give you the tools that you need to be able to connect with the consumer. And the one last thing, and we did have a cost for this, and the team, the HAR team has been kindly one of our media partners. But for me, as I was preparing for this, I was like, I want to take it one step further. I want everyone that's joining this to be able to join for free. Anyone who's bought a ticket, I will gladly refund you. We're at such a pivotal point, and we're in a great position with sponsorship. And so my realization in being here was like, I actually want anyone that can benefit from this 2 days of activity. So you can use that promo code, you can scan that QR code. And again, for those of you who have kindly already bought a ticket, I will gladly refund you. But I think it's far more important for this landmark event for our industry, for everything that Shayna, Stephanie, and the HAR team are bringing to the table with Tech Week and what we're going to complement in the next couple of weeks. I want all of you to be able to join and participate in that. So thank you for this opportunity. It's really wonderful to be here. I'm very happy to connect with any of you after this. I love this industry. I love this space, and I'm willing to continue to volunteer my time. And that's why I love doing this podcast. So please, obviously, subscribe, join us for our AI Summit. And I hope you guys have an amazing week. And I look forward to taking part and learning more from each of you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Jessica Stevens with PTN Travel, and I'm the founder of Enchanted Lux Travel. I create bespoke luxury vacations and stress-free travel experiences for my clients. As I get ready to grow my business, I needed a simple, organized way to keep all of my company documents and client workflows in one place, and it makes it easy to share when I bring on virtual assistant or add agents into the future. That's when I decided to start using ClickUp. It keeps everything in one space, from client trips to marketing emails, and it makes it easy for anyone I work with to find exactly what they need. Now I have saved about 6 hours every week and feel confident that my business is ready to grow while still giving those clients the personal, high-touch service they expect. If you want to try it, start by creating one list in ClickUp and adding your first workflow. It's that simple. Thank you so much for watching and have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Can we just take a second for Dan and the incredible keynote, the incredible information, and also appreciate him name dropping and company dropping so many of our speakers coming up throughout the next few days. Super excited. Dan, just incredible. Thank you so much. For me, you always have this great way of making the future of travel tech feel exciting and accessible. From the AI to automation to the human side of innovation, you really, for me, set the perfect tone for what HAR Wired is all about this week. So if you enjoyed Dan's talk, and let's be honest, who didn't? I saw the comments going off. Make sure to check out his Travel Trends podcast. Abby linked that for you, and keep an eye out for the AI Travel Tech Summit. I'm moderating a panel, like Dan said. We've got cruise planners, we've got GTC on there, we've got Uniglobe Travel Center, so you definitely want to be there. Dan, thank you for offering the complimentary tickets. We cannot thank you enough. He's really doing such important work with our industry to navigate what's next. So like I said, we'll relink again, but feel free to go through the comments. Abby's linked to the event a couple times. So we're just getting started for the day. So this afternoon, it is afternoon for me, but this morning, if you're tuning in from somewhere else, we have a fantastic lineup of feature sessions that dive deeper into the theme of the day, which is real practical tech conversations designed to spark ideas and helping you work smarter for the future. So our first feature session to get us going today, I am so excited to welcome Oliver Catt, who will be talking about AI agents and automations for advisors. So in this session, we will discover how AI agents and simple automations can help independent travel advisors cut hours off of their weekly workload. We'll explore practical ways to use AI and automation tools for research, client communication, and content creation, along with easy automations that streamline everyday tasks. So you're going to walk away here with some clear examples that you can start applying right away to boost efficiency and free up time for selling travel. So I am super excited. I also want to say a huge shout out to our sponsor, Travel Edge, for making today's feature sessions possible as our sponsor. Travel Edge has always been such a strong advocate for blending technology with the advisor experience, and we're so grateful to them for this support. So before we dive into these sessions, a very quick word from Travel Edge.
I would say it's my one-stop shop for back-end support for my travel business.
It simplifies the invoicing process, it simplifies the hotel booking process.
ADX has revolutionized and made it easier for travel advisors new to the industry or even seasoned advisors book travel in a more seamless way so we can focus on the things that are the most important, which is being a good advisor for our clients.
Before I booked through ADX, it took a lot more time to research specifically hotel options, just because I had to go to multiple different places, either supplier websites or individual hotel websites to find availability.
Prior to ADX, booking travel was fragmented and time consuming. Booking and ticketing in one system, invoicing in another.
You had one booking tool for holding flights, another one for taking payment, another one for invoicing. Then you had to create an itinerary. Then you had to send your client an email. And there's so many moving parts.
And now with ADX, I just go to the one place, do one search, and all the hotel availability pulls up at the same time.
ADX makes my day so much easier because it helps me be very efficient.
After using ADX, my booking and ticketing and invoicing time went from about an hour to 5 minutes to complete a basic air and hotel booking.
ADX just streamlines the whole process by making it easier for me to book travel, track my travel, and make sure I get paid.
I love the auto ticketing. I love that hotels are all in there. It's easy for me to charge a service fee and create an invoice all in one place.
ADX uses a lot of different softwares behind the scenes. So it integrates a lot of different systems together, and being able to purchase insurance for a client's trip through ADX without having to go to that third-party website and then also invoice it after the fact is really helpful.
ADX is backed by a team of support people. So if I have a question about booking air or I have a question about how a hotel feature works, I will also email it. So it's both from a booking platform and knowing that it's supported by a team of people to help me if I have questions.
So with ADX, what I have been able to achieve is hotel partner relationships. I found in the past that it's really hard to know, who our top partners are and what properties are giving our clients those exclusive benefits. Within the platform, I can easily see who our top partners are, what those benefits are, and it makes it really easy to keep selling those products. And at the end of the day, our relationship is growing, our sales are growing, and our partnerships are really happy with the results.
ADX is a huge time saver. Prior to ADX, it took about an hour to invoice an air, hotel, and service fee booking. Now I can do it all under 5 minutes.
If you don't know how to use ADX, it doesn't take a long time to learn and master. I think it's very intuitive. You don't have to worry about learning Sabre. Everything is right at your fingertips, and I really don't know how to run my travel business without it.
It's not just one platform that stays the same. It's always evolving. So when I first started, we had flights and we had hotels. And now you have flights, hotels, and tours, and you have cruising.
If I have a friend or another advisor that's not using ADX, my first question is, why not?
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. Oliver Catt here from Coaching Agents Through Travel, and thank you very much for the amazing intros earlier, and also how do you follow on from some of the previous content today? So it's an epic day to be here, and I look forward to kind of taking you through some really cool things when it comes to AI, automation, and agents, especially in the travel space these days. Now, I am obsessed with helping travel advisors save time, sell more, and be better at what they do. Now, there are 101, probably a hell of a lot more AI tools out there in the marketplace right now. And everybody's asking the question, what do I use? Where do I go? And what I've done today is I've put together 5 real key elements from ChatGPT that you could implement today into your business to start generating more revenue, gain new clients, and also streamline your day-to-day. Now, we cover a lot of this with all of the training that I do for travel advisors, and it can be very, very overwhelming. And that's why ChatGPT is kind of really standing out today. One, because it's flexible. Two, you can start for free. If you're paying for it, great. But most importantly, ChatGPT is customizable, and that's where we're really going to start. Now, I want to show you how you can turn ChatGPT into your business assistant. And I really want to kind of get into the nitty gritty at the very beginning and talk about how you can use it in your day-to-day. You can use all of these tools from simple to advanced and basically just go straight in and start generating content. Now, one of the biggest things that people always talk about when it comes to AI content is, oh, it's AI. I don't want to use AI. The biggest thing that I'm going to say right now, and the foundations right from the very beginning, is you've got to edit what you get out of it. All right. Never, ever, ever go into ChatGPT, generate content, and just go, great, click, post, thanks very much, and see you later, because it's not going to work. It's not you. It's not personable. And that's where training and extensive research in ChatGPT is really going to benefit you. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive in to a few things. And I've got some takeaways. I've got some giveaways for you guys today. I've got some ChatGPT links and custom GPTs that you can take and you can start using. They are built for the travel industry. They are built for advisors, and you can use these from today. But my advice is when you take them, go and customize them. Don't just use them. Make sure you put you into these GPTs. And I'll explain how you're going to do that straight from the bat. So first things first, a lot of travel advisors in the market right now are not using one of the biggest resources they have in front of them. They are already out there in the market, like you all are, using Instagram, Facebook, thinking, well, how do I get people to interact with my content? How can I get people to engage with what I'm putting out there? The biggest untapped resource right now is LinkedIn, okay? LinkedIn is a gold mine for travel advisors. The content that you can create and the engagement that you can get from LinkedIn. And I have seen travel advisors right now in our community generating bookings left, right, and center. They're getting reunion cruises. Somebody's just secured a $250,000 cruise for some colleagues, co-workers, all from LinkedIn. So they're all going away. So you can definitely generate content. But the question is, and a lot of people ask me, is what do I put out on ChatGPT? Do I put out stock footage into ChatGPT, get a post of a cruise ship or an over-the-water bungalow or a nice, beautiful beach and post that? Truth be told is LinkedIn doesn't really promote that content. And if you see other posts like that in that space, you'll notice that it has a very low engagement rate. So what I've built is a custom GPT that is designed for LinkedIn content. It's built for you, ultimately for you to go ahead, train it to become you. Give it all of your content, give it your history, give it your background, and then get out there and go and start putting content out on LinkedIn. Now, again, as I said a minute ago, it is crucially important that you customize the GPTs. Now, we're going to be sending you a link for this afterwards, okay? And you're going to have access to it. And if you can't get the link or you lose the link, you can also find this in the ChatGPT store, the custom GPTs, it's in there. So the first one I'm going to show you is the Travel Advisor Content Creator. It's built by me. It's been trained on thousands of posts and thousands of resources to turn content for LinkedIn into viable, readable, bite-sized content. And that's what you want from this. A lot of people at the minute are posting out on LinkedIn and they're putting essays, they're putting long paragraphs. And unfortunately, this day and age with social media, our brains have all been tuned to kind of take content, dismiss it, and get out there. So with ChatGPT, I have got a custom prompt and I want you guys to either make a note of it or I can get it put in the chat for you as well. And we can share this resource afterwards. But essentially using this advisor content creator, you've got to come in here and you've got to customize it. Now, this is the prompt that I always use when I'm building out a custom GPT that's going to be trained on me. Now, as it says here, I'm a travel advisor. I want to customize you for my business. Please ask me 20 questions about my niche, my audience, services, destinations, tone, examples, and case studies so that you can create LinkedIn posts that reflect my brand and attract my ideal clients. Now, this is something that I use. You can tweak that to whatever you want it to look like. You can change it, of course, but remember, you're only going to get out of it what you put into it. That's the way that ChatGPT works. It's not going to go and creatively think of a million different things for you. It's only going to run from what you give it. Now, the way this works, like I said, the post formatter is in the back end. of this custom GPT. Now what you're going to be doing is you're going to be training it on you. So when you run this prompt, and when you put this prompt into ChatGPT, it's now going to come back with a list of 20 questions all about you. And you can sit here, you can spend an hour on it, you can spend 5 days on it. But what you're physically doing with this chat right now is you are building it around you. You're downloading your information. As you can see here, it's asking about your travel business, your clients, destinations, expertise, your brand voice, content style and strategy, goals and results. So think about it like targeting who you're going after, the people that you want to talk to. Now, the biggest thing for me is when you do train this and when you put this out into the public domain, you start using this GPT, don't upload content that is going to be stock footage. For me, one of the biggest things about LinkedIn, it's personal branding. It's about how you put yourself out there, how you gain your audience, how you buy into them. Now, the problem with LinkedIn is there's about 19 algorithms all running simultaneously on that platform that either work cohesively or they work against you. One day you're going to post, you're going to hear nothing. Maybe a week or 2 weeks in, you're going to hear nothing. But as you start to build your audience with this type of content and you start to appeal to the right type of people, you'll start to get profile views, you'll start to get leads, you'll start to get inquiries, you'll start to get followers. And it's about being consistent with LinkedIn. Now, I talk a lot about this, and if anybody's got any questions, feel free to reach out, email me, get in touch. You can do this because I'm happy to help you, because LinkedIn is a huge passion of mine, and putting content out from this specific ChatGPT is what I use every single day. I have built mine to think like me, so I can upload a picture of my kids. I can upload a picture of a beach, and I can create a personal story, which is one of my photos. It's my images. And I'm now creating that story using this GPT. Like I said, it's fully ready to go. It's already being tested by over 100 advisors right now. Please get the link. Please get it from the team. And of course, if you want to get it, you can get it from the store. Go and use it. There's no cost to it, and go and test it. And if you find problems with it, reach out to me. Let me know if it doesn't work for you, if it breaks. But this is a really quick way of getting content built for LinkedIn, because the formatter will build bite-sized content. It will build bite-sized material for you that is digestible. One-liners, bullet points, segue lines. It's all built in to create readable content that people are going to engage with. So this is really cool. I love using this. It's a fantastic piece of kit. Go and use it. Go and break it. Go and test it. But that's really cool. The other thing I want to talk to you about today when it comes to ChatGPT is a very underutilized tool, should I say, and that is the projects folder. Now, a lot of people think when it comes to projects, they're effectively creating a folder. I'm going to organize my GPTs. I'm going to put them away. I'm going to lock them in a box so that they're not cluttering the feed at the bottom of my browser. Now, truth be told, once upon a time, that was in actual fact the case. What this essentially does is it's now creating a brain. It's creating essentially an agent, an AI agent within ChatGPT. And you can now put multiple content, resources, material, and everything you need within these brains. Now, this is an excellent tool when you want to build destinations or specific niche content or specific training, anything like that, especially if you're a host agency and you're looking to build content into a brainchild within ChatGPT that your agents can pull from. This is a really cool way of looking at it, and something that, again, you can do. And again, it's included in ChatGPT, how you can get this off the ground. Now, I'm going to show you. So right now, for example, I'm just going to select travel because we're here for travel advisors, and we're going to create a project. Now, a lot of people will just use this, and now they'll just start chatting in travel. Anything travel related is going to go in here. But there's a key element missing. And one of the features that have been added over the past few months, and one of the early ideas and adoptions they have with this, is how can we create this brainchild from ChatGPT? So for now, you could come in here and you could create, for example, a cruise folder. If you're a cruise specialist, you can put all of your content in here by adding files. So you can add resource notes, you can use documentations, you can use guides, you can use your training. You can put whatever you want into this brain so it is stored here in the memory. You're creating your own custom memory within the projects folder. Now, of course, you can create multiple projects for flights, cruising, luxury, all-inclusive, whatever you want to do. But build these out individually, because effectively they can work together in collaboration and pull information from one another. Now, once you've added your files, it's not the end of it. You can now create multiple individual chats within this project folder. Again, we're still not training it. That's the biggest thing to take away from this, is whenever you're doing a GPT, train it, give it instructions of what you want and how you want it to do. But you can also do that in one go for all of your individual GPTs within this brain. Now, for me, if you come over to the three dots in the top right corner, there's this beautiful new tab up here called Add Instructions. Now, the instructions, as it says here on the screen, how can ChatGPT best help you with this project? You can ask ChatGPT to focus on certain topics, or you can use it for certain tone, formatting, or responses. Now, there are four key things. There are four key elements that I want you to remember when it goes into your instructions. The first one is, what is its role? What is this project's role in general? So define its purpose. Give an example. For example, you're my assistant for creating social media posts, or you're my assistant for creating cruise itineraries. So that's its purpose. Secondly is, how should the output be structured? So give it direction. So tell it whether you want paragraphs, whether you want lists, captions, full blog drafts. And again, we're coming on to blogs in a minute, so you can tie this all together. You've also got to give it your boundaries. So what are your no-goes? Things like, for me, punctuation, hyphens, those lovely AI M-dashes that we see in every single post that ChatGPT creates. The tone, the formatting, the phrases, anything that you dislike, give it that boundary. What is its no-go? Set it right from the beginning, and when you start to build content using this, it's going to change the way that it approaches all of its output. And lastly, the big one. What does good look like? Okay, so give examples of what your best work is. Give descriptions of ideal tones, flow. You've got to tell it what you want to see, what your expected results are. Because again, by training, as I keep saying, you're going to build something that is your second brain. You're going to use something that you're going to keep coming back to time and time again because it's working. And if something breaks along the way, delete that file, delete that chat, because it's going to take it out of the memory, it's going to take it out of the brain, and you can keep coming back to it and adding more content. So that's a really cool way of looking at projects within ChatGPT. It's not just a folder for organization. This is your second brain, it's your resources, it's your knowledge bank. It's a really good place to house content. Okay, the third thing and the final thing that I'm going to talk about before we talk about some automations is I want to talk about the Travel Advisor blog builder. Okay. A lot of travel advisors at the moment are asking me, well, what type of content do I put out there? Like, what's going to attract people to come to me? Now, the problem you've got with AI, there are so many AI tools and integrations out there at the moment. And I hear a lot of advisors talking about, well, there's Expedia, there's this app. People can now just go to ChatGPT. They can now just go and log in and they can gain access to this information. Truth be told is it's only going to get better. It's only going to get stronger. And the more time we spend, especially in the travel industry, a lot of people and consumers are going to have these AI tools at their fingertips. So for me, the biggest thing and the biggest takeaway is linking in with LinkedIn at the very beginning, building your projects and building content like blogs and getting them out there. As much as people say they're dying out, they're still very heavily searchable on Google. They're very heavily searchable in AI models now. And AI models are referencing websites. They're referencing web pages. And the fact is, ChatGPT can actually build you some of the best content that you'll ever write, as long as you get it right. And again, you train it and you put it in your own words. Now, one of the things that I want to talk about here with the blog builder is people always ask me, well, what do I write? What do I talk about? Now, there's a lot of things that you can use, paid tools online, where you can go and you can find what people are asking for. What are the keywords? Those of you that are very aware of SEO and keyword research when it comes to articles, blogging, and websites, is you'll go and pay a fortune for tools that will go and see, well, what are my competition looking at? What are people asking on Google and what's ranking? What they don't talk about is the free tools that are currently available to you. And one tool in particular is Google. Now, for those of you that may or may not have seen this beautiful result right here, and I'm going to put in Virgin Voyages as an example right here. If somebody puts in Virgin Voyages in Google, you're going to kind of come up with all of these beautiful web pages, links, things like that. You're going to be able to scroll through and see all of this information. But one thing that people don't always see, and again, I'm going to look at here Sandals Resorts as an example, because it didn't appear for Virgin Voyages. I love it when technology works in your way, is this section right here. People also ask. This is a really cool SEO trick that is being underutilized on the web right now. People also ask is most frequent questions. This is what people are putting into Google and searching right now as we speak. So they're pulling up questions. And if you click on one, it's going to extend because it's going to pull more search results through. So if I come off it, it's now gone from 4 to about 7. This is what people are Googling. And this is what you should be writing your content about and using AI integrations to build this content to get it on your website. And it can be done so efficiently and quickly. And people will sit there and say, well, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to blog. Well, guess what? That's why AI is there. Now, granted, we've got to learn AI in order to save time in the future, but that's just like delegating any work, right? So for me, you can take any of these and you can now start going, writing a blog because people are clearly looking for these questions in Google. What I've done with the blog builder is I've solved that problem for you in the fact that it's now pulling what people are asking in real time directly into this builder. And again, I'm going to give you the link for it. Go out there, go use it, go break it. Go test it and get in touch with me when it stops working because I'll fix it because I really want to make sure that this is fit for everybody. But essentially what you can do now is you can come in here and you can type in Virgin Voyages, if I can spell it correctly. And what it will do in real time is it's automatically now going to go and search Google for what people are asking for. So what I just showed you in Google a second ago, you can see, there we go, the top 10 things that people are asking, trending topics for Virgin Voyages. Now you can use this for any piece of content, sandals resorts, going over to Europe, Paris, whatever your keywords are, whatever your niche is, whatever your industry is, you can come in with this blog builder, put it in, and it will go and pull from 5 to 20 trending topics that are being searched for on Google right now. All you need to do at that point is select one. So for example, if you go, well, do you know what? Today I want to write a blog about which ships in Virgin Voyages fleet and where do they sail, number 4. I'm just going to type in number 4 and the next automation is going to run. Now what it's going to do is going to come back and it's now going to start to ask me a ton of questions. Now I've told you before, training is key with ChatGPT. What this is going to do, it is now going to pull from your expertise. It's now going to pull from all of your knowledge. So it's going to ask for your general directions of where you want the blog to go, what you want it to look like. It's going to ask for personal experience, expertise. Have you been on a Virgin voyage? Can you share stories about where you went and how you did it? It's going to ask for insider knowledge, case studies. You can upload documents at this point if you have documents, logistics, practical advice. The list goes on and on. I'm not going to go through that whole list because I'm going to run out of time. But the key with this is it's now going to ask you some more questions and you can sit there with your microphone. You click this lovely little microphone button at the bottom and dictate. You don't have to start typing all these answers out. You can literally talk to it. And the reason why I love to talk to ChatGPT is because I always put more emphasis into when I'm talking rather than typing. I always think of the shortest way to type things. For me, with a microphone, I can sit there and I can talk all day, although people don't always want to listen to that. But with this, you can now start to build out exactly the key details and blog information that you want to build. Now, it's going to ask you a few more questions as you go through it. Please test it. Please go and ask this. But the other thing that I really want to highlight here is the prompt that I used to use. I'm going to just put this in the chat at the bottom so you can see that, is this. And now obviously we're starting to pull that content, right? You could just go and get your trending topics and you could use this prompt. But the prompt I love to use when I write a blog is essentially what's built into the back engine of this GPT is I'm writing a blog about X. Ask me the questions you need to know to write the most complete information about this topic using my expertise, experience, opinions, case studies. Please give me the detailed list of questions to answer before you start writing. And as I said, that prompt plus a lot more is in the back end of this GPT. So it's right there for you to gain this information. Again, the blog is programmed for SEO content. You can add keywords to it if you would like to add keywords or you know any specific keywords. And like I said, it's going to generate probably some of the most detailed content that you can give, especially when it's pulling from online and your insights. And again, this GPT, it's in the store. It's called the Travel Advisor Blog Builder. You can go find it. Again, they're free. And of course, the team are going to send that out in the chat and you guys can have access to that immediately. But please use it. Please break it. These 3 things, when it comes to using ChatGPT to create content, to build a brainchild, to build that AI agent, so to speak, that's what it's there for. And a lot of adverts, for example, when I talk about AI agents, a lot of people say, well, hang on a minute, are these bots, are they systems, are they kind of technology that's running in the background? They are, in essence, elements of this. It's creating individual chats, specifically trained bots to do certain things within your business. And that's what we're going through with these specific things. Right, I got about 5 minutes left before I kind of hand over to Q&A. And there's two more things that I really want to talk about before we kind of wrap up today's session. The first one is a really cool thing that you can do in ChatGPT. And we talk about automations. We talk about content, which people are using ChatGPT for. But one of the really cool things that I love to do more than anything is use the automation feature within ChatGPT. The fact that you can now connect your apps with ChatGPT. And what people don't always assume is, well, hang on a minute, it's just running off prompts that I give it. Yes, it can run off prompts that you give it, but it can also run in the background when you're not there. And what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you something that I have programmed and running every single day. And that is a daily summary automation. And what I have done, I basically will sit down and I'm going to demonstrate it to you right now. And I have ChatGPT send me notifications every morning about emails, leads, contacts, people that have contacted me in the last 12 hours whilst I've been asleep. Summarize that information. Give me key points, key highlights, anything that I need to action immediately. And it's also going to give me a daily rundown of my calendar so I know what appointments I have. And I can literally roll over, grab my phone in the morning, and that notification is sat there. It's a push notification. It comes through to your computer. It comes through to your phone, your tablets, your iPads, whatever you want it to do. And it just runs in the background. But again, of course, you've got to train it, give it the right information, and you've got to connect your apps to it. But this is a really cool feature. So I'm going to give you a demonstration right now. Hey, ChatGPT, what I would like you to do is I would like you to build me a daily summarization brief for my mornings, okay? I want you to connect with my emails. I want you to scan my emails from the last 12 hours and look at any unread emails that I have in my inbox. I want you to highlight anything that could be a potential client, to a travel request coming through, to somebody looking to go here, there, or wherever, and also summarize the urgency or importance if anybody put any specific dates in that email that is a priority. I'd also like you to scan my calendar, look at my appointments that I have upcoming for the day, and just tell me where I am going to be at, if I'm traveling anywhere, or if I've just got Zoom calls, and highlight those meetings for the day. I'd also like you to run this automation at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every single morning. Send it through as a push notification to my ChatGPT app, to my phone and my tablet, so I can literally read it in the morning and see what my day looks like and what my email inbox looks like from last night. Now, what that's going to do is it is going to take that prompt, it is going to back engineer it into the system, and you can literally now have it run. Now, the key thing with this is the way ChatGPT 5 now works. It will do a lot of back-end thinking in a minute. There we go. It's going to come up and say thinking better for a longer answer. And it's also going to prompt me to connect my email accounts and my calendar. You can add other apps to this if you want to. And it literally will come up and prompt you and say, add your calendar, add your inbox. You can also do this in the settings in the bottom left-hand corner where it says your name, and you can go and connect your apps directly there. Now, I think I have my personal email attached to this rather than, there we go. So it wants to connect to my calendar. I can do that, and I can just log in and add my calendar to it. It's hopefully not going to populate. There we go. So I'll just add my calendar. Let's see what it pulls through. There we go. So my calendar is now connected. Again, it's going to start thinking in more detail about what you do and how you do it. And again, it's going to talk to my calendar. It's going to talk to my emails, and we can go from there. Now, this automation is crucial if you want your daily assistant. And as you can see here, got it. This is now plugged in, it's running, and it's got my daily morning summary, 6:30 Eastern, push notifications, scan of emails, highlighting potential travel inquiries. And you can program this to whatever you want. So you can ask it to have whatever information you need in here, and it will come to you via a push notification. Times, meeting links, and everything else. You just let that run now. And the beauty part is you can do this for anything else as well. So for example, at the end of the day, you could have one running for 8 p.m. in the evening, which can then go through your emails again for anything unread. It can also check your sent emails as well. So for example, if you've sent any client quotations out, itineraries out, you can ask it to give you numbers and metrics. So you can then start to track how many clients you're talking to, how many emails you're sending out, and then do a weekly summary. The opportunities are endless with this. And this is a really great automation tool that you can build out. Again, in ChatGPT, it's simple. There are so many other tools out there. Don't get overwhelmed by them. If you want to find out more, obviously, we talk a lot about them in our community. And again, they're here, they're online. And I think I've got a list online as well that you can have a look at of really cool summarization and AI tools that you can use. And the last thing I want to talk about is something very, very similar that you can do with this. And what you can do now is you can do lead generation. Now, very similar to what I've just done with the daily summaries and the optimizations and the automations that you can run in here. You can now program ChatGPT to effectively go and scan public domain websites. Now, again, if you're a niche specialist in cruises, in sandals or Virgin Voyages or whatever it is, you can now ask ChatGPT to go and crawl public domain sites. Run the automation, it will run in the background and it will send you links. As an example, I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just kind of summarize this for you, is effectively you could now sit here and say, hey, GPT, what I would like you to do is I would like you every night at 7 p.m. to go and crawl the websites such as Twitter, Reddit, Threads, or anything like that, and look for clients looking to book a Virgin Voyages cruise or travel people looking to have a travel advisor. You put in your keywords, you put in what you're looking for, and ChatGPT will go and scan it. Now, at the minute, it's still in its infancy, and this is a really cool thing to remember. We are still learning. ChatGPT is still learning here. But the big thing about this is as websites open up, as the likes of LinkedIn open up to public domain content, which is still behind login walls and everything else like that, it's not going to pull everything, but it can go and pull publicly listed content from these sites, Twitter, Reddit, you name it. And you can get these leads directly into your inbox with links, and you can go to those profiles, you can go to those posts, and ultimately from there, you can then start to reach out to these clients. And lead generation, as we know in the travel business, is key. And if you want to go get clients, these are the types of automations, these are the types of AI that you can be using and how it can help you grow your business. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand back over to Shayna now and ask her if she's got any questions for me.
I just have a lot of love from the chat. The chat is going off.
Okay.
If you're not in there, you got to go check it out. Everyone is just, I think question number one, can Oliver stay at my house?
I'm on my way.
Yeah,
wherever you are, I'm on my way.
Exactly. We're here in North America. You are down in Grenada, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're not that far, contrary to his accent, everyone.
Yes.
Someone did ask, is, everything that you were doing, is it available on the free version or is it the paid version of ChatGPT?
So I do a little bit of both. All of the ChatGPTs that I have given you guys, you can export those and you can import them into the free version. Now, obviously what ChatGPT is, it will essentially limit the amount of output if you're on the free version. Now, if you're writing a blog, it may stop halfway through and say, would you like me to continue writing? And then it will continue writing it for you. But if you're using the paid version, there's a lot less limitations in place. The automations are still very much in their infancy. I haven't fully tested everything in the free version, but I know the summary works because I managed to connect a couple of apps in the free version. But I will say, and this is not to promote ChatGPT in any way, if you are not paying for it for the $20 a month, it's worth it. It's just a godsend, and I've been using it for about 3 or 4 years now, and it's worth every penny.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I pay for it as well. So, and I don't have a single regret on that.
Yeah.
We are at time, but Oliver, the love in the chat, like I can't even express. Everyone, do not worry. We will give you his contact information. I think someone named Robin is in there who is wanting to share everything too, which is fantastic.
Thanks,
so,
Robin.
yeah, we love to see the love. Oliver, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. And we will definitely have you back again.
No, you're welcome.
Even if you don't want to.
No, I would absolutely love to. And as I said at the beginning, this is one of my passions. I love working with travel advisors, and that's why we built out what we did. So thank you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. All right. Sorry to kick you off, Oliver, but we're going to bring you back without question. Keep going in the chat. Abby has linked everything that Oliver talked about. So please scroll back through. If not, don't worry, we will follow up afterwards after the event is over. All right. So just to let everybody know, Abby did put this in the chat, but we do have closed captioning available if needed. So feel free to turn that on if you'd like to have it. But we're going to jump right into our next feature session. And we are excited to welcome Valerie from TBO to talk about empowering advisors, leveraging online platforms while keeping the human touch. So as technology evolves, online platforms are shaping the future of how advisors work by simplifying really complex tasks and streamlining bookings, payments, and customized itineraries. These tools empower advisors to work smarter while maintaining the personal human touch that really does set them apart, like we're going to continue to talk about today. This is by reducing manual transactions, providing access to global inventory. Advisors can really leverage their deep knowledge and travel and destinations to craft unique, memorable experiences for clients and to strengthen your relationships. So without further ado, I welcome Valerie.
Thank you so much, Shayna. Thank you for having me today, and a very good afternoon, travel advisors and travel tech community. Welcome to my session where we are going to talk about how travel technology can empower travel advisors to work smart, earn more while keeping a human touch. My name is Valerie Luyk, and I'm Vice President of Sales for North America at TBO.com, and I'm based in Chicago. TBO is the only B2B online global distribution platform specially designed for travel advisors based on travel advisors' reviews and feedback, no consumers. 160,000 travel advisors and travel agents worldwide trust TBO since 2006. And I was actually a travel advisor myself and even run my own travel company. So I know the challenges and I know the passion, I know the love we all share in this industry. I'm passionate about travel technology, and my mission now is to help the travel advisors to use the best tools to save time, boost earnings, and let you focus what really matters, creating unforgettable moments and once-in-a-lifetime experiences for your customers. On the screen, you can see my contact details and LinkedIn. Please connect with me anytime, and I'll be happy to talk to you. GDS Sabre conducted a survey recently that found that 75% of agencies say their number of content connection has grown over the past 3 years, including 79% of large agencies and 57% of small agencies. And 91% of them said that they use 4 or more booking systems. And 50% of agencies use at least 7 booking systems. Isn't it insane? So what challenges travel advisors face today? So many tools and platforms out there, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed instead of supported. With everything moving online, maintaining this personal connection and touch with client is getting harder. Competition from OTAs and direct booking is growing, and advisors constantly have to show their value. And with time and margin pressures, the big question is, how do I scale without losing this personal, authentic touch? Here's a short answer for you. Embrace platforms that empower you. Let's have a closer look and reality check. Yes, there are a lot of platforms and they all have similar inventory and similar statements for you, but what should you really care about? These are basic that I call non-negotiables that basically will help you and things that every travel advisor needs and shouldn't have to compromise on today. First is price. You need to have a competitive offer so you have the best value proposition to your customer and still make your own margin. Second is easy to use. No one has time today to fight with complicated systems and it's not simple, that are not simple or intuitive and slows you down. The next would be a streamlined booking process. Efficiency matters and extra clicking time you can spend talking to your clients or launch marketing campaign or use social media for client acquisition or to grow your own business. You also need a clear path to change, modify, or cancel your booking because travel plans shift, lives happen, right? And flexibility builds the trust. Clarity on earning. that's the crucial part. You always need to know how much money you earn from this booking, no hidden margin, no surprises. And the best way, I consider, that when travel advisors can actually control their earnings and navigate through their markup and commission. Rewards for travel agents, well, because you deserve it, you work so hard. And finally, the mobile app. So you need to work from everywhere because travel doesn't stop when you leave your desk, and you need to support your clients whenever you are out of your house. Another thing that I consider is very important today is payment, and it shouldn't be a stressful part of the travel advisor job. You need to focus, as I already mentioned, to creating experiences, not chasing credit cards or handling transactions. So modern booking platforms now make this simple. You can send secure payment link to your customers to make a touchless transaction, or you need to be able to accept multiple form of payments when family or few families traveling together and you book them one itinerary and you are using multiple cards. It will also very handful when you generate invoice automatically with your own logo or customized message for your customer. So you spend less time on admin and more time to design amazing trips for your clients. Technology can do a lot. It can find you the best room, price, book it, and send confirmation to your customer in seconds. But it can't make sure the rooms are connected for the family, or the welcome basket for your honeymooners sent on time, or you have a tired traveler from long-haul flight and you need to make sure that they've got the early check-in. That's where the human sides come in. At the end of the day, every advisor wants to know, who do I call, who has my back, and then the customer success team, BDMs, who you know very well, and ready to adjust and step in and help to manage your itinerary. So real people who understands you, understands your business, and supports you on a daily basis. So when you choose your good platform, think what would be the great one. And I think that the difference is that the great one has a human backup. Another example of great booking platform give you access to the rates and inventory. That's useful, right? But not all of them really care about your constant education to inspire you, to connect you with the global community, to help you learn about new destination. Because let's be realistic, you cannot possibly know about every single destination or country that your customer may want to go tomorrow. So those platforms also are your educational platforms and help you to learn and connect you with the global community, as I already mentioned, to feel the belongings and growing. And what really makes the good partner priceless, not just another tool, but relationship that helps you become better at what you love doing. Of course, no travel tech session today without mentioning AI. The good news that I love, that travelers and destinations cannot be replaced by AI, neither can travel advisors. AI drives efficiency, reduces supplier costs, eventually lower traveler price. Advisors use AI to enhance creativity, not replace intuition. So favorite destination for everybody, Rome, that is crowded in August and your customer wants to go there, well, you would probably say that, look, let's shift it to Tuscany, or maybe you will go to Rome in September. AI cannot do that. Or you can just share that you've been on this cozy hotel last year when you did a fam trip and you love the winery that is next door. AI cannot do that. AI cannot share all these experiences for you. And advisors deliver assurance that booking is real, special requests honored, and somebody is actually personally accountable. And building an emotional connection is everything. Travel planning is about discovery, anticipation, communication, and trust, not just transactions. So what next? I will jump to another screen for you just to show you something really exciting, because that you will be the first actually to learn about it. But because today my company launched the amazing AI-powered tool for travel advisors that you can use while you are making itineraries for your customers. So let me make sure that sound will be there. Just 1 second. There we go. So thank you for that. And as I said, this first time ever, you guys see this, itinerary that we launched literally today for North America. And that will help travel advisors, only travel advisors, that's all we do in TBO. It will help travel advisors to learn about new destination and design itineraries that your customers will really love. So let me summarize what we discussed today. You're not competing with technology, and that's what we all need to know. And AI only helps us to be creative at our work. And you're a travel advisor with superpowers that platform can deliver to you to handle your itinerary and booking efficiency, AI that search and drafts itineraries for you, payment system that takes the stress out of transactions, mobile apps that allow you to work from everywhere, and global community that back you up. And your superpower that technology will never have is ability to read between the lines and to be intuitive, to trust clients' place in your recommendation and relationship that span years and generations, the human touch that turn a trip into a story. And now I just want to encourage you to think, and probably when you are finished with Travel Tech Week and you're approaching the weekend, if you can just do a check, does my platform have my back? Real people, training, community, everything that I need to use in my life at day-to-day being travel advisor. Then try to use AI to draft one itinerary this week, and then you add your own expertise. And reach out to your client with something no AI can do. And if you guys can share it with me, I will really appreciate it. Because the best blend is tech does the task, but humans do the magic. And once again, that's my contacts, and I really appreciate your attention. And Shayna, do we have any questions today?
I'm always on mute. Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Valerie. That was wonderful. And I do have some questions. The first one is actually somebody asking about TBO and asking about the services. Is there a cost for the advisor to using TBO? Could you share a little bit more?
Absolutely, and happy to. There is no cost. It's the global distribution platform, and we offer you to book hotels, flights, packages, rail. This is very unique. We offer Eurorail and rail in Asia, as well as packages, transfers, and experiences. No cost to join. You can join anytime, but tbo.com, or just contact me.
Yeah, and the same person asked what your contact is, but better yet, Abby is going to share their directory that is up on HAR, so on hostagencyreviews.com. So you can connect right through there. So don't worry, Robin, we've got that for you. So we have a question from Lane. Sorry, if everyone sees me looking at another screen, it's because that's where my questions are. So is TBO a tour operator and provides in-destination support during our clients' travels, or would a travel advisor use you to create a true FIT itinerary?
Right, that's a great question. So we are a blend of wholesaler and booking platform. We don't have people on the ground, but we have partners on the ground. And also, I mean, why I'm always saying about technology plus human touch, because TBO is exactly that. So you can create itinerary and book online, but we always have your back, and we can modify itineraries offline. And we also have offline group department for you. So basically it's online booking platform plus wholesaler and distribution.
Wonderful. The second part of her question, which is great. She also did, I just read in the comments, she put, nice, they offer rail too. So that's great. So people are already checking you out. So we love this.
Thank you.
What kind of client support do you offer, if any, is the second part of her question.
Of course, we do. We offer, first of all, you will have a dedicated account manager. And we also have inside sales support team that is based here in US. We have people in Orlando. And we have our operation support that is based in São Paulo, Brazil. So you have account manager to develop your business, inside sales to walk you through the platform, and operation that will help you with the booking pre and post reservations.
Wonderful. I love that. So I have a question actually for myself. You did mention on one of your last slides that tell me something that you can do that AI cannot do. Could you give me an example?
Yes, I actually did example in my presentation. So for example, Shayna, you call me tomorrow and you want to go to Italy. And I would tell you, hey, Shayna, you know what? I actually stayed in this cozy hotel in Amalfi Coast with my family 2 years ago. And they have a very nice winery next door and very nice souvenir shop that I bought this necklace. And I will send a picture of this necklace to you, and I will give you all these vibes, human touch, and everything that AI would never do that to you. AI will be very dry and give you, all this information, which is amazing and a huge help. But you will never have a human warmth from AI.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've got Lane back with another question that I love. This one's always a great question. And I think I worked for a tour operator for over 10 years. There are so many hiccups during client travel. Are you available 24/7?
We are available 24/7. And as I already mentioned, so our operation team is in Brazil, as well as we also have support team in India. Yeah, 24/7.
Got to mic drop that. Always love a good 24/7 team. No, that is wonderful. Okay. Another question from me, actually. I actually wrote this question and then you played your video, which kind of answered it, but I'm still going to ask the question. So when we're talking about, how TBO has integrated AI to help support the advisor, could you give me a little bit more with regards to what you were sharing? Because I think, AI obviously is something that we've been talking about up to this point. So can you give me a little bit more on what TBO is doing with regards to AI?
Yeah, that's a great question, Shayna. And I said, it's totally brand new. And I'm so happy that I was able actually to share it today with you. So before we actually launch this itinerary today, we call it itinerary. And actually it's by Travel GPT. Everybody knows Chat GPT. This is Travel GPT and it's product by TBO. So before we launch this today, in our platform, you have AI Smart Search. So you have a little window that says Smart Search. So Travel Advisor can go there and instead of just, insert destination and dates, which is already easy anyway, but it can be even easier. You just say, I have a client traveling with 2 toddlers. Please offer me a family-friendly hotel. And AI Smart Search will actually filter for you hotels that are family-friendly. That's the first part. That's AI Smart Search. It's there for a few months already, probably a year. But today we launched this itinerary by Travel GPT. So basically, what it will do for travel advisors. So there are kind of curated and not only curated. It's a lot of itineraries out there, and you can see that this is Europe, Central, Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, Mediterranean. Or its experiences. Show me coastal gateways, not necessarily in North America. It can be in Brazil, it can be in Croatia, it can be Golden Coast in Australia. So anything that you can imagine, you just click there, you look for destination or experiences, and AI itinerary will show you the approximately itinerary in every destination. Then you say that I will be there for 10 days, or my client will be there for 10 days. And then it will offer you day 1, day 2, day 3. And then you personally design what you like, what you don't like about it. So that would be kind of list of possible experiences in this destination. And you say, okay, I don't want nightclub, I want winery, I want to visit museum. And you kind of, it's like a Lego. You just design your itinerary by yourself using AI. For the moment, it's just give you an idea. It's all over the world, any country, any experience is possible. Moving forward, what's coming next, you will be able to book online. For the moment, you can book offline because again, TBO is not only booking platform, online booking platform, but also human touch. So we do a lot of things offline. So if you choose itinerary that you like and you want to book it for your customer, you can send us request and we will book it offline for you. Moving forward in a few months, you will be able to book this itinerary online as well.
Yeah. And I think I think it's a conversation that we've been having with some of the speakers already. And I mean, you're lucky speaker number 3 today, so this is great. But we're talking a lot about, I think our keynote, Dan was talking about how it's important to see that, AI and that, just the future of the technology that we keep developing, that we keep, like this implementation of AI, making sure that it's there to help support the advisor, which is exactly, I believe, what you have created and built is to help do that. And so I like that, we've got things coming out in the next couple months. And for everyone listening, definitely go check out the TBO profile or the directory on HAR. And don't worry, I'm sure they will definitely drop that information in there when it's all live. So that's exciting. I do want to ask you, what is with TBO, what is the most popular tool that you find advisors are using today within your platform?
I would say that it's markup tool. So we have an absolutely great markup
I'm not
tool.
surprised.
And I will tell you what's great about it.
Yes.
That advisors can mark up and then send payment link to the customer. That price will include this markup, and the customer card will be charged once without any breakdown. So that's the most popular one. Markup, send link to the customer to pay, done, we pay you back commission.
Yeah, no, that is, honestly, that is an incredible tool. I think we got time for one more question if you're good to go.
Sure.
So again, Lane, I love the questions. Thank you so much, Lane. So when a hotel booking is made, is it through Expedia, or does TBO have contracts with the properties, or at least have some preferred properties that you have contracts with? Great question.
Fantastic question, Lane. Can you contact me offline? I want to have a conversation. So that would be great. But that's really great question. So as I mentioned already, right, TBO is distribution online platform. So it's kind of marketplace, if you will. We take a feed from all major bed banks, but we also have our own direct contracts. So we have 1 million plus properties that we offer to travel advisors, and approximately 25%, so quarter, is our direct deals. So we do have direct deals. We have direct deals with a lot of properties with DMCs worldwide, and we take the inventory from bed banks. But again, when you book, you have everything by TBO, and we also have preferred hotels where the prices are fantastic, and we have our Platinum Collection that for high-end clientele, that is always our direct deals, and we offer something extra with those deals, like spa vouchers or upgrade to suite or something like that. So check it out. It's really, really a sophisticated system.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. And Lane, please feel free to reach out directly to Valerie with any other questions. Like I said, their directory is now live, so you can reach out directly. If you have any issues at all, we are here to help you. hello@hostagencyreviews.com. You can let us know. We are absolutely here to help. This week, we might be a little bit slower to answer, but we will try our best to get to everyone as quickly as possible. Valerie, thank you so much for joining us. This was such a treat. And feel free to jump into the comments on YouTube with us, but we will definitely see you back again soon.
Thank you so much, Shayna. Thanks for having me, and good luck, everyone. And contact me, please, anytime. Thank you. Bye now.
Bye. All right. So before we jump over to our next speaker, I want to give a huge thank you to our incredible sponsors this week and today. We have Cruise Planners, GRN Connect, Travify, Incentive Travel Connection, and PTN Travel. We will hear from all of them at some point throughout the week. So that's super exciting. And we have our wonderful daily sponsors today, Planet Easy, Safari Portal, and Sion. We will hear from Sion at the end of the day today, so definitely stick around. That'll be a very interesting panel. All right, so let's keep it rolling. We have Jeremy coming up next, CEO and co-founder of Brava, who you may have read about in the news recently. He will be discussing the hidden costs of status quo, why travel tech must catch up. So the travel industry still runs on archaic infrastructure. It's a system that slows down growth and adds unnecessary friction for advisors. In this session, Jeremy is going to explore why modernization isn't optional anymore and how aligning technology with today's advisor economy will unlock the next era of travel entrepreneurship. So, Juan, take me off the screen and throw Jeremy on. Let's do this.
Perfect. Thank you, Shayna, for the introduction. Really, really excited to be here. An awesome lineup. So excited for this entire week. So many really good panels. I, funny enough, signed up first as a viewer to watch all this, and then finally was like, well, I think I should probably also throw my hat in the ring to present as well. So really excited to be here. I'm going to do the best I can to monitor chat, but I'm going to just got a handful of slides to go through. And if I'm looking off to the side, it's because I'm monitoring chat. We will leave some time in the end for some Q&A. So feel free to just leave those questions in throughout the presentation, and we'll hopefully be able to answer everything. And if not, we'll give some time to follow up as well to answer any and all questions. All right, so hidden costs of status quo and why travel tech must catch up. I've had the pleasure of working in this industry for a little over 7 years now. I've gotten a chance to experience the lowest of the lows with most of you in the pandemic, but also have seen the resilience and how this industry bounced back as it's now thriving, and we all get to celebrate what is this incredible career in travel. Still, to my honest opinion, the best kept secret in the world. When I look at our industry, and it's an industry built on discovery, on movement, on connection, I feel something incredible. There's literally nothing else like it. But I also see something else deeply frustrating. All of you travel advisors who sell literally the world are becoming the ones left behind by it. The systems we use to create magic for others still run on technology that belongs to another era long ago. The question I want to explore today, what does it really cost for us to keep doing things the same way? And not just in dollars, but in time, energy, joy, fulfillment. One of my favorite quotes is, without deviation from the norm, progress is not possible. Travel advisors are, by nature, go-getters. You're innovators. You create these custom experiences. You solve impossible logistics, and you make dreams real. Yet, when it comes to behind the surface and how you run your business, because you all are running your own business. We've accepted this status quo that's working against you. Today, I want to show what happens when we deviate from that norm, because the only way forward is through change. But to start, let's recap of where we're at. The travel industry is booming. It's growing faster than ever. LinkedIn's annual jobs report earlier this year showed travel advisors as one of the fastest 25 growing jobs across the globe. This is with AI analysts and all the new age jobs that don't even exist yet. Good old travel advisors are becoming more and more a career path for those that are looking to be their own boss, help others plan incredible trips, and really take their own career into their own hands. There's also incredible tailwinds behind this entire industry. Our clients are spending more, they're traveling farther, but they are expecting more from you. They want personalization, instant responses, and seamless coordination. Nothing can go wrong. That's really hard to do under normal circumstances. But given the fact that the infrastructure in which case advisors build their business and what they rely on day in, day out hasn't kept up with this boom. We're trying to build the future on a foundation that wasn't designed for now. It was created in the past. It'd be like watching a skyscraper rise on a shaky foundation. This demand is modern and growing, but the systems are archaic and manual. Now, we did a survey of about 100 random travel advisors that were all anonymous to pull some of their feelings around what are the difficulties in their current day. I'm not going to read all these off the screen because I honestly don't want to go into too much PTSD for all of you, but you all know the feeling. The endless copying and pasting, the spreadsheets, the supplier emails that are lost, or are 70 emails back and forth, the number of open tabs, so many open tabs just to book travel. You're juggling hundreds of details, but the technology that should be helping you is working against you. This isn't even inefficiency, it's exhaustion. It's a constant uphill battle that steals time from your clients, your creativity, and honestly, life itself. Now, we've all adapted and patched and hacked our way through to the best we can. These outdated systems, they don't talk to each other. Your workflows or processes or SOPs are the glue and duct tape that stick all this together to make your life sane. But passwords are lost, portals crash. How much duplicate effort do you do in your day-to-day where workflows become a trap instead of helping you succeed? And the biggest irony of all this is this industry has normalized all of it. We've all accepted that being a travel advisor means friction is just part of the job. This is what it means to show up on a Monday morning. The world has changed, specifically technology, but for some reason, this industry hasn't kept up on the tech side. Now, I could have picked a lot of different angles to go in terms of which technology to talk about, but to be honest with you, there are so many incredible speakers this week that are going to be speaking on and teaching and dreaming of all the things that are going to solve the problems that we currently face, which gets me excited. So whether it's the unified tech stack that I feel like everybody talks about to avoid all of those open tabs, or the new AI for X, meaning there's now an AI for everything, I'm going to just touch on one specific technology piece that pretty much affects every travel advisor in this business. And that's how all of you get paid and how money moves through this industry. Now, before I get started, we're going to be pointing out a lot of the pain points. This is in a vacuum and is not the total picture of what everything looks like in this industry. So whether supplier, payment processor, agency, and/or travel advisor, there is so much good and so much improvement being done across all of these different categories. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. It's not to pat us on the back about what is doing well. It's to try to shine a light on the things that you all, your peers, have pointed out as pain points. What is it like to be a travel advisor? And what's most difficult about your job that we can start working to fix, piece by piece, block by block, and make your job just a little bit better, which ultimately helps the entire industry. So I'm going to take us through the timeline or the commission journey of what one single little commission looks like from start to finish. Going all the way back from when that traveler finally paid the supplier, how it moved through payment processors, how it's then sent to agencies, and finally, maybe to eventually travel advisors. Along that way, there's dozens of different processes, hundreds of different methods, different time differences, different values and costs and fees. So know that the example I'm using is not a broad stroke that covers every single example in this industry, but more so of just the middle experience of the pain points that it feels like to get paid as a travel advisor. So while the travel experience might be seamless for the client, behind the scenes, it's anything but that for that commission to get back to you for doing the work that you provided months prior. Every delay, every fee is honestly a drain on trust. And every extra step is at your detriment, preventing you from working and doing what you do best, which is planning incredible experiences for your travel. So the starting point, suppliers. This is a story about trust. You delivered a sale, you delivered a client for them to complete a travel experience for your clients. You trusted them. And part of that trust is the professional value that they never had to go find that client in the first place. This is a fundamental agreement that makes this industry operate. And without this initial trust, this initial agreement, none of this works. You deliver on your end. You book the client. That trip happens. But when it's time to get paid, to collect the commission that you've earned, it somehow becomes a negotiation. 30, 60, 90 days past the date they said they were going to pay you. How many of you have been hit with an email after your fourth email that says, I'm sorry, we needed an invoice from you to get paid. That's so frustrating. How many components of that client's experience is somehow now non-commissionable? As if sending the whole client wasn't the entire idea of this entire sales agreement. But now there's portions that that supplier is carving off as this isn't the value that you provided. By strongly encouraging to book direct, while on the other side of their mouth, doing deals with Amex or OTAs that you have to directly compete with. Or lastly, the most frustrating one to me is this lack of responsibility of their end of the promise that breaks the trust, that makes the system suffer and fail. We sent the commission. We don't know where it's at. This is not our problem. Well, it's not your problem either as the travel advisor. This is not okay. But yet, this is what this industry is accepted as part of the job. Payment processors. Now, lucky for a lot of you, you don't have to directly interact with too many. We will never use names. But at the agency level and at the independent travel advisor level, this is where that black box in the middle of the process gets really, really dark. We don't know what happens. We don't know where that commission went. We don't know when we'll see it. We don't know what the value will be. Will there be fees? What kind? Is it paid from a virtual credit card where there's a fee? Or a bank transfer where there's a fee? Or a physical check where there's a fee? Do you want a statement? That'll be a fee. How about an invoice? There's a fee for that too. Changing currencies? That's an undisclosed fee. Layers and layers and layers of charges, none clear. Each one may be small enough to ignore until you realize how much value is siphoned away bit by bit, piece by piece. These companies aren't creating a better experience for your clients. They're simply a tax on you and your work that you never signed up for. This industry is driven by incredibly passionate, service-driven individuals. Why is this value being evaporated in the middle? Then there's the agencies. And this one hits a little close to home. For those that don't know, I own and run a host agency. And so this one hits my heart a little bit harder when I see advisors give harsh but true feedback around agencies' behaviors. This is, again, not all agencies, but there are some where there's another layer. The system that was designed over 50 years ago is now still rewarding based off of factors and individuals that aren't doing the work and not providing the value. Hosts take a piece of the pie, while advisors, the ones that are actually doing the work, are building the relationships, keep the clients coming back, but are at the mercy of receiving their check from somebody else. That's not a partnership. That's an imbalance. This same old hierarchy should have been changed at level already from levels ago. But this is the norm we've accepted. So what's the result of all this? I just started this entire presentation about how this is the greatest profession and the greatest industry that I think exists in this world. And then completely tore it apart piece by piece behind the scenes. And it's because I think there's hope. I truly believe in a better future for this industry. I know it's possible. Speaking to those professionals out there, the travel advisors that take this serious, this is their career, this is what they love doing, this is what they're passionate about. I'm speaking to you, and that it's time that you stop fighting a system that wasn't meant for you. You've been running your business off of passion, but it burns out on these inefficiencies. The experts, the connectors, the motivators, you're trapped using technology that doesn't reflect your brilliance. So other than time, other than money, this is the real hidden cost of the current status quo. We're not just talking revenue, while substantial. It's potential. It's your future. It's that next advisor that enters the industry that is looking to find how great everything is. We owe it, this industry owes it, to make this better. So here's the thing. Change always starts in a moment like this, when someone or some people stop accepting how it's always been, but start imagining how it should be. Progress in our industry is not going to come from the top down. It won't come from the people who currently are succeeding in the industry. The advisors who still believe that travel is personal, who see clients as humans, not just as transactions, because the tools this industry has built should be built to serve you, not the other way around. So what does this look like? One of my favorite questions asking advisors is, what would solve this? And it's funny to hear some of the answers, but my biggest takeaway is kind of what I hear between the lines. No travel advisor wants a better commission tracking software. All they want is just to simply get paid what they deserve. So let's, for a moment, imagine a world we're going to build where everything works the way it should. There's no middlemen. Information is accurate and transparent. Payments are fast, instant. You don't have to chase what you've already earned. You, the advisor, own your own bookings and get to keep 100% of it too. Supplier relationships are built on trust. We can now build technology that enhance that trust, not degrade from it. Tech quietly handles what used to take hours, freeing you to focus on what actually matters. your clients. So in this future world, advisors aren't bogged down in systems. They're powered by them. It's not also a dream. So what happens when we finally make technology catch up with where the travel industry has been for the long time? And so from this point forward, and with the rest of the people presenting this week, we're going to make this our new normal. I appreciate all of you for the time. Gonna open it up for any Q&A and jump into chat.
I'm back because people haven't heard enough from me. But thank you, Jeremy. I think it got a really interesting conversation flowing through the chat in terms of it is really great to talk about what's working and what's exciting, but it is also really great to talk about what we don't feel like is currently working so that we can figure out a way to make it work. So you've got that kind of, you've got that kind of flow going in the chat. I do have a question from myself, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
I worked on the supplier side. I worked for a major tour operator for 10 plus years, right? So we're talking about commission payments, and obviously that is the crux of what advisors work towards. They definitely want to get paid for the wonderful work that they're doing. How do we get suppliers to provide this accurate information and to provide payments on time? And just for the audience out there, some suppliers are wonderful at it, right? Some suppliers need to get better, and it's a consistent conversation that we're having in the industry. But how do we work with the supplier to get that accurate information?
Shayna, it's an incredible question. And I love that you even brought it back to this presentation was to shine a light on the pain points of all of this. This is by no means a summary of our industry and the reality of not all of this is 100% bad. We work with incredible suppliers that do above and beyond for not only our travelers, but for our advisors. I personally know many other agencies that do incredible work for all of their advisors, and agencies I would join had I not had my own agency. So I think it's a good point and a very good statement to say that this is not everyone, this is not all, but to the heart of your question is, what can suppliers do? I think for so long, for this last 7 years that I've been able to call this industry home, it's all been about starting the conversation. And unfortunately, I feel like 7 years later, we're still having the same conversations. And so I don't know if it's incentives. I don't know if it's it takes the first one to make the move. But I think action is what is actually going to start change. And action is scary. Action is vulnerable. Action is unknown. But ultimately, I think it's going to take those individuals to stick their neck out and to risk something to try to make it better, to start this change. So yeah, I think from supplier standpoint, if you put the travel advisor at the center of your entire model and ask what would it look like to serve this person, I think you can come up with some really, really incredibly creative systems, structures, policies that is going to make this entire system thrive.
Yeah, and I think you brought up something that's, like you just said, the advisor is at the center, and I can name a significant amount of suppliers that depend on travel advisors for their business. Some even go as far as, 99% or 100% of their business comes through from advisors. They don't even try to go directly to the client, which is wonderful for you all. And I know some of you in the comments are getting a little bit nervous. And Jeremy, I think for me, you're pointing out the things that we need to be aware of and need to have the conversation. And those suppliers absolutely want and need to have the conversation. We have suppliers that have registered. Some of the big guns are here as well. So this is great for them to be able to listen to and to hear. But I think that's actually shockingly all the time that we have. I do have one other question just to kind of preface. This kind of sets us up a little bit for tomorrow before we bring on our final feature speaker. We're talking a lot about tech stacking tomorrow. That's a big part of the conversation. And you had mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the ununified tech stack. So I'm looking at my other screen as like I've written all of this down. Can you give this audience a very quick, what is a tech stack? Why is it important? Like your 2 cents around it. I'd love to hear.
Yeah, I think the non-technical answer to what is a tech stack is what are the different pieces of technology that you need to do your job? And so that could be as simple as an inbox, and that could be your entire tech stack, or it could be as detailed and specific for every niche use for every piece of anything you do in your business. So a CRM, a commission tool, a process orientation template, plus hundreds, if not thousands of others. So right now, this industry suffered from so many of those pieces being in silos or being individuals, hence the 20 tabs most advisors have open on their page. And I know some good friends of mine that are speaking this week are looking to make that all consolidate all that into one, to where you only have everything that you need is in one place.
Amazing. And yes, you're completely correct. We do have some of those people speaking this week. Well, Jeremy, thank you so much. This was super interesting. You definitely got the chat going, which is great. And thank you for joining us. And we'll definitely have you back soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shayna. Everybody else enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you. All right. Well, if you are ready for our final feature session of the day, but friendly reminder, we have a panel afterwards that yours truly is going to be moderating because you haven't heard enough from me today, right? Don't worry, I'm just moderating. I'm not answering the questions. I am really excited for our final feature session to have Jason Block, CEO of WorldVia Travel, joining us to talk about Beyond the Stack. So finding the signal with an advisor OS. So the modern travel advisor is an entrepreneur, but too often the very technology meant to enable growth forces them into the role of an accidental CTO. I love that. In a world of endless apps, it's time to stop asking, what's the best new tool, and start asking, what is the right strategic framework for our business? Yes, fantastic. The session that Jason's going to take us through introduces the concept of the advisor operating system, a new mental model for creating a seamless technological environment that filters out the noise and delivers actionable intelligence. This isn't a sales pitch for a product or a network. It is a strategic conversation that will change how you evaluate every tool and partner so that technology serves your vision and not the other way around. Jason, I am so excited to welcome you. Kick me off the screen. Please bring Jason on.
I think I'm here.
You are.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. Good afternoon, everyone. Honored to be here on HAR Wired, which is such a cool name, I think. So you're going to see some great demos and great tools here this week. And at WorldVia, we have some incredible award-winning technology. In fact, just last week, our tech won 4 different Magellan Awards from Travel Weekly, which I think is pretty cool. I'm pretty proud of that. But our platform and products are restricted to WorldVia agencies and advisors. So since many of you watching are with other hosts or consortia or use other technology products, I thought I would use this time to talk about something that's universally applicable to all agencies and all advisors from across the industry. And it's directly pointed at the biggest technology mistake that I see people make. So more on that in a minute. I want to start off and I want to ask a fundamental question. And that is, what's the real point of all this technology? Is it just to have more features and more logins and more complexity? And think about it. How many hours in the last month did you spend fighting with software, looking at loads of data points, but not being able to translate it into a concrete action that actually increased your profit? Or even how much time you spent just wondering, how do I get the most out of all these different tools that I already have? And we buy these tools and we use them to save time and to make more money. And unfortunately, that isn't always the result. So we have to ask ourselves, why is that? So the point of tech is pretty simple. It's there to save you time and make you more profitable and allow you to do the things that you could not do alone and free you up to do the work that you love most. But too often it feels like we're the ones serving the tech instead of the other way around. So for the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to flip that script and step back from the demos to discuss a framework where technology can finally start serving your vision for your business, help you operate the way that you want to operate, and help you actually grow your bottom line. But first, before we dive in, a little bit about me. Again, my name is Jason Block. I lead WorldVia Travel Network, which is one of the most successful host agencies in the country. At WorldVia, we are laser focused on serving the entrepreneur. But as Shayna said, this is not a sales pitch, and I'm not here to sell you on WorldVia. So I won't tell you that we're the premier choice for entrepreneurs who are looking to build a business. And I'm not going to tell you that we have the industry's best air commission program. And I definitely won't say that we have an incredible support team and groups program and luxury program and marketing tools. Oh, and a full suite of award-winning technology and education programs. So I won't tell you any of that. Seriously, though, I've been in the travel industry for 10 years now. I can hardly believe that's true. But before travel, I led a retail and business services franchise network. I spent a few years as a restaurant owner, which was an eye-opening experience. And I started my professional career as a banking and operations consultant. So a lot of different things. Now, I'm a technologist at heart. Going back even further, I ran my own bulletin board when I was 12 years old. Now, a bulletin board, for those of you who don't know what that is, it's like a website before we called them websites. But you could only access them directly with a modem that ran over a telephone line. So only one user could be on your website or bulletin board at a time. Seriously. Now, today I am an AI enthusiast. I've built several applied AI apps, both for WorldVia and outside of travel. So from websites before they were called websites to applied AI apps today, I love all things technology, and I'm fairly certain I qualify as a legitimate super nerd. But that's okay. I love being a nerd, and I did all right. I have a beautiful wife, Jillian, and 3 gorgeous daughters, ages 20, 18, and 16, and a huge, giant, lazy schnauzer named King, and we live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a huge Disney and Star Wars fan. I'm an absolute river cruise lunatic fanatic. I love cheering on my Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Atlanta United and going to the beach every single chance that I get. Okay, so now that you know a little bit about me, let's dive in. So I said I decided that I wasn't going to do a product announcement or a software demo today. Instead, I want to have a strategic conversation about some core principles for how you can think about technology in your business. And my goal is to share this framework so you can apply it to your own business right away. This is a framework that's aimed at the biggest technology mistake I see people make in the travel industry. So what's the number one mistake? It is doing things out of order. And bonus points, I feel I might be dating myself with the pictures from this movie. If anyone can figure out what movie that was from, you get extra credit. But when we do things out of order, we select technology first, and then we try to bend our business to it. And it's easy to see why this happens. Because we all face a dilemma. No one gets into this business because they love selecting and integrating and troubleshooting software. We get into it for the feeling that's on the left side of the screen, the passion, the discovery, the joy, the love of travel, right? But for too many of us, our daily reality, well, it looks like the image on the right, an endless sea of browser tabs. And we became travel entrepreneurs to build dreams. But unfortunately, we spend a lot of our time as the accidental CTO of our own business. So the industry, to try to solve this, gave us a bunch of tools And these tools came in all shapes and sizes, and they promised us efficiency. And so we tried to consolidate a tab or two from our endless sea of browser tabs, and we build out our tech stack. And most of us do this one piece at a time, like some kind of mutant Lego, piece by piece, until one day we wake up and we realize we have a tangled, inefficient mess. Because let's be honest, most of us probably don't have a clean stack. It's messy. Many of the tools that we use don't talk to each other. And that might be why you're here today. We have client data that lives in 5 different places. We have bookings that are spread across different suppliers and booking engines. Our marketing runs in different places. Our data is cloudy. This is not efficiency. This is the noise. This is the mounds of data that doesn't really tell us much and doesn't guide specific actions. It's this like constant low-grade chaos that drains our time and it drains our focus. And we ask ourselves questions like this, right? We say, what's the best new tool? What's the best CRM? What's the best itinerary builder? And on and on. And I know you've seen questions like this in various Facebook groups or community forums that you belong to, and you might have asked these questions too. I've asked these questions. But I would say that we end up here in this really messy space because we're encouraged to ask the wrong question. We get so focused on the features of individual tools that we forget to ask how those tools actually fit into the business, the way that we operate it and the way we want to operate it. And so we end up collecting parts, but we don't have any kind of architectural blueprint. So I think we need to ask a better, more powerful question, and that is, what's the right strategic framework for our business? And when we ask this question, it can change everything. It can put you, the entrepreneur, back in control because it frames technology as a tool that supports your unique vision and system for doing things, and allows you to focus first on building your advisor operating system, or OS for short. We'll talk about it in a second, and then select the tools that fit that operating system best. So first, what is an operating system in the context of a travel business? What do I mean by an advisor OS? Well, based on the framework we teach at WorldVia, it's composed of 2 distinct parts: your functions and your processes. Now, functions are the always-on continuous activities that allow your business to operate, like marketing or financial management. Processes, on the other hand, are step-by-step workflows that have a beginning and an end. And like the path of a client relationship, there's a beginning and an end. Beginning when you get a client, end when either you lose that client or they go on. Execution of a specific trip, there's a beginning and an end, right? So a powerful operating system, a powerful OS, needs both of these functions and processes. Now, for a travel agency, there are 3 core functions that are always running in the background. First is your knowledge and improvement function. And this is a function that targets your capabilities, your playbooks, your templates, your skills. And its goal is to make every future trip that you plan better, and to allow you to do it faster, and to make more money on that trip than you did before. All right, your second core function is marketing. The marketing function targets your audience, and its job is to create and warm demand, and ultimately to help produce qualified consultations. And then third, the third core function is management. This targets your cash, your profit margins, your compliance, risk. Its job is to ensure that the business is healthy and that you're making smart decisions along the way. Now, these 3 core functions are the engines of your business, and you need them to really go anywhere. But these functions, well, they don't actually sell travel, do they? They don't plan and book trips. To do that, we need processes. So those 3 always-on functions exist to support and feed your processes, but it's the processes that do the real work. Unlike functions, processes, remember, have a distinct beginning and an end. So for a travel agency, there are 3 nested processes. First, it's your client process. So this is the repeatable workflow that turns that prospect lead into a converting paying client, and ultimately with the goal of converting them into a long-term referring advocate for your business. Then within each client relationship, remember these are nested, within each client relationship, you have the trip process. Now the trip process is the step-by-step recipe to deliver a specific trip expertly, reliably, so you can then deepen the client relationship. Now, of course, the goal for each client is to have many trips in their lifetime relationship with you, right? So this trip process is called on each and every time that you plan a new trip for that client. And then finally, each trip, of course, can have multiple bookings. So your booking process can be repeated many times within a single trip to ensure every single reservation is executed correctly and it helps you deliver an amazing trip experience, right? Nothing revolutionary here, but it's a way to look at the whole business in a very simple way. So these core functions and the nested processes all fit together to form your advisor operating system. This is the blueprint for your entire business on a single slide. Now, your marketing function, remember, it creates and warms demand. It kicks off the client sales process. Your goal there is to convert that lead into a long-term advocate. This flows into the trip process where you deliver the promised travel experience. That contains the booking process. That's where you make error-free reservations and make sure commissions get paid. And this entire operation is governed by your management function, which helps you manage risk and profit, and most importantly, the knowledge and improvement function, which acts as this continuous learning loop. It's taking all the capabilities and skills that you learn from every process cycle and injects them back into all of the other functions and processes. And this makes your business smarter and more efficient over time. And this is the engine that fights the inconsistent chaos and drives repeatable success. Now, within each of these nested processes, each process has multiple steps. At WorldVia, we teach a base process that has 3 client steps, 16 trip steps, and 13 booking steps. From that base, you can then customize to suit your business, but this is a starting point. Within each step, there's several components. There's procedures. These are the step-by-step way you do things. There's templates. These are the reusable assets that save you time. There's KPIs, or key performance indicators. These are the numbers that you track to know if you're winning. Technology and automation is the fun built. So I want to make this real and look at an example. This is from the very first step of our client process that we teach at WorldVia, connecting with the client and scheduling a consultation. So we can see that this single step in the client process has several elements that work together as part of your advisor OS, and the non-tech parts come first. First, you define the procedures. These are your rules. So for this step, we have a procedure for an as soon as possible response to every inquiry, and a procedure for maintaining your calendar availability. So these procedures are behavior-based, not technology-based. Next, you need a template. This is your reusable asset, remember. In this case, your template is your pre-written thank you and calendar scheduling link that you send via an email reply. Then you define the KPI. These are how you measure what success looks like for this step. In this case, for this step, the KPI is the average time it takes you to connect with a new lead. And only after you've defined all of that do you choose the optional automation. So it might be a web form that connects to a web calendar. It might be that thank you and calendar link email auto reply that you can automate. But the point here is, do you see the order? The technology serves the process that you've defined based on what you think is going to work best for your business. And then you can apply this kind of thinking to every single step of your business, through all of the client relationships, through the booking process, through the reservation process, with your management functions, with your knowledge systems, and your marketing programs. And here is where we commonly make the mistake. This is the most important part. I would argue that your operating system is not your technology. The center of your operating system is the collection of functions and processes, the decisions you make about how your business runs, and it's the steps you execute to deliver your service. So before you can choose the right technology to amplify this operating system, you have to first define your ideal business systems. This has to come before your tech systems. Too often we think of these functions and processes in technology terms. And it's easy to do, right? Even things like an email auto reply, that just sounds like technology, right? We're using technology to execute it, but that's not the reason for the season. The reason for the season is we're sending a specific message to a client. We just happen to be doing it via technology, right? So as we define our ROS, we want to take the technology that's available and we end up making the mistake of taking the tech that's available and bending it to our operating system. So I'm a realist. I'm not saying we can all create or find custom software that's 100% based on our ideal operating system. And there are certain trade-offs that we have to make. But what I think you need to take from this is the idea to invest the time to define what your ideal advisor operating system looks like, and then find the technology that best aligns to that. So how do we do that? Well, first, obviously, is to map out the details of your core functions and your nested processes. Then once you have those defined, when you have your procedures, your templates, and your KPI, you can find technology to really pour gasoline on that fire. And I think the best tech approach to amplify your advisor operating system provides for a stable integrated core for those non-negotiable processes, managing your clients, trips, bookings, and then finding the right tools to help manage your core functions, marketing, management, knowledge, and improvement. But we also recognize that a lot of entrepreneurs have some pretty specialized needs that might be based on the niche they serve, might be based on just their personal situation or location. So the ideal operating system is also composable by design, meaning it has the flexibility to plug in edge systems and cases. So it might be, you want to pull in an accounting tool that you're familiar working with, or a certain social media tool. We want the best of both worlds, a powerful core that supports your defined process, but also the freedom to customize it. So when your technology is chosen to specifically support these well-defined processes, the real benefit is now you can actually achieve actionable intelligence. This now becomes possible because your technology is aligned with your business model. The data it's spitting out isn't random. It's a direct reflection of your operations and how you work. And so this is how you really find the real signal through the noise. It's the difference between knowing your email open rate and knowing precisely which campaign generated your most profitable bookings this quarter. Right? We all use a lot of systems that give us statistics and data points, like I sent an email and the open rate was X, but it doesn't necessarily connect it all the way through end to end. So the intelligence, the signal, it comes from a system that you design with intention from the ground up. And so this has been our approach when we've been building products at WorldVia, and it will be our approach going forward. And once you have your advisor OS defined, whatever you think is going to work best for you in terms of how to operate the core of your business, then technology can help you accelerate that. But without the well-defined functions and processes, it can cause overwhelm for sure, confusion, and in some cases, it can even accelerate failure because we're taking things off the shelf that were created by a software developer somewhere who maybe has never sold travel in their life. And we're trying to take that tool and bend our business to work with that. And sometimes that just doesn't work. So once you've done the work, and people don't like hearing this, but defining your advisor operating system does take work. We give our advisors kind of a starting framework that can accelerate that work, but it still takes effort. But once it's done and you're ready to find the technology to accelerate the operating system you've designed, here's a rubric I want to give you that can help you find true partners for the operating system you've created and not just keep piling on more tabs and more tools. And it's called the simple test. Okay, so here's questions. As you're seeing demos and looking at new technology products, here's questions that you should be asking yourself or asking the providers. Security. How is my client's data protected? Are you PCI compliant? How is my data protected? So we want to make sure we're using secure platforms. Interoperability, that's a fancy word, but it's, do you have an open API? Do you facilitate data imports and exports? What are your policies on data imports and exports? Is the data that I put into your system my data? Can I take it with me? Do you own my data? These are all questions that you want to ask and understand before you start using a product. M for margins. How does this tool despite whatever the sales pitch is, how does this tool directly improve my revenue or reduce my costs? And I would say maybe start even with that question, because if that question isn't easily answered, you're very likely wasting your time and money. Next, people fit. How long does it take me to learn this product? How long will it take me to teach someone on my team this product, if that's the kind of business that you're operating? Ask the provider what kind of support and training they offer. These are important things. A tool is only as good as your ability to use it, right? L for longevity. Ask some of these providers, what's your funding model? How long has your company been in business? Can I be assured that you're going to be in business next year? When we talk about different types of systems that are the basis of our operation, this is a really important one. We don't want to build on top of core technology products unless we're sure that they're going to be available in the future. And then last, E for evolution. Can this system grow with me? Will I outgrow it in 2 years? Is the provider continuing to enhance it with new developments and improvements to the product? You're going to hear from some technology providers this week that do great on all of these measures, right? Who are continually enhancing and improving their products. I know for our products, we definitely are in that camp, but we're not the only ones, right? There's a lot of great products in the industry, and you'll get to hear from some of those this week. But ask these kinds of questions to evaluate these different tools, and tools that score high across all of these. That's a good indication that it's a good partner for your OS, as long as there's a fit to the way you've designed your business intentionally. Now, while I didn't do a software demo today, I do want to ground this framework in reality. We believe that when you follow this approach, you can build great award-winning software, and we're humbled that the industry is taking notice. Our applied AI intelligence platform, AVIA, and our travel website builder sites both won gold, and our booking platform, Trio, and consumer marketing platform, WorldVia.com, both won silver, and we're incredibly proud of our team, and we're seeing rapid adoption of these products across our network. But as we look to the future, we're taking all the learnings from our current suite and pouring them into our next generation platform, which is Avia 2. Those controlled pilots will be slated to begin in Q4 for those of you who are part of WorldVia Travel Network who might be listening. I want to close with this, and that's just another point of encouragement to invest the time into yourself and your business to build out your own advisor operating system, so you can find the right technology products to align with it. Because when you have real clarity on your procedures, on the templates you want to use, on the step-by-step procedures that you have, how your marketing engine feeds into your booking flows, and with that clarity, you can really choose some wonderful technology products that are out there, and create the tech stack that is going to be best for your business. And in discussion groups, we often see again that question: what's the best CRM? What's the best proposal builder? And even in our network, people ask, what's the difference between your CRM and CRMX? And which one should I use? And the answer is always it depends. There's never a single answer, because people are at different stages of their business maturity and development. People operate businesses differently. And so to make that decision, to make a good decision for your business, you really have to start with understanding what you're trying to accomplish outside of the technology, and then find the right products to really accelerate and amplify it. So my word of advice and encouragement is to spend that time. Even if you've been doing this for 20 years, it's never too late to kind of go back and take a fresh look at that. Because I think when you do, you'll be very well served. When you adopt this architectural mindset, your tech stops being a burden and it really starts to be an amplifier. So I want to thank you and appreciate the time to chat with you today. I'd love to connect with you. So you can find, I write a weekly column on our blog, which you can check out. And if you want to chat about AI, you can find me on X at JW_blog. Love to connect with you there. So thank you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of HAR Wired. Again, awesome name. Love it. So I think, am I out of time?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Thank you for the nod to HAR Wired. That is Jen, our content and partnerships manager. So shout out Jen, who's in the chat right now. For most people in the chat, please go check out. We just linked WorldVia, their profile in our directory. I know some of you have questions specific because we've got some of your members in the chat, which is great. So one of the questions Team Bradley did ask, I'm new to WorldVia, that's awesome, and cannot find this WorldVia Pro. Where can I see training on the processes?
So we just put out some things. I will resurface it to the front of the page, and you can find it in Academy as well as part of the update to the Ignition course that will be coming out very shortly. So these are some framework that I taught at our recent World Conference, and so now we're putting it into all the other training curriculum.
Amazing. Well, that is the only question we have time for.
Okay.
Please go. Anyone else who has any questions, you can go submit them directly on WorldVia in WorldVia's directory on hostagencyreviews.com. Jen just linked it in the comments for you. Jason, thank you so much for closing out our feature sessions today. It was an absolute honor and pleasure to have you.
Great to be here. Have an awesome week. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
All right. So we are closing out our feature sessions. We are now going to go to a short 5-minute break. So at 1:55 p.m. Central Time, or where I am 2:55 Eastern Time, please come back and join us. Go take the pup out, go to the bathroom, grab a snack. We'll see you back here for the final session of the day, which is our panel on the future of travel advisor commissions. I know you all want to hear about this. We've got Sion, Airwallex, and Virtuoso. And a huge thank you to PTN Travel for sponsoring this session. As a reminder, you know how much we love dogs and pets and all the things. So please send your photos to hello@hostagencyreviews.com and we will share your pet photos. Come back here in just under 5 minutes for PTN's video, and then we're going to jump into our panel. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Brittany Lister, Director of Partner Relations here at PTN Travel, and I'm so excited to be part of HAR Wired Tech Week with you. PTN Travel is a virtuoso host agency that focuses on supporting advisors who are serious about growing their business. What makes us stand out is that sweet spot. We're boutique enough to know our advisors personally, but big enough to give them the most powerful programs, perks, and the partnerships in the luxury travel industry. Being part of Virtuoso means our advisors and their clients have access to the very best in the industry. That means exclusive amenities, upgrades, and experiences that truly elevate every trip. But PTN takes that one step further. We're selective about our partnerships, working only with the suppliers who truly support our advisors, deliver luxury quality, and share a commitment to sustainable travel. That way, our advisors can confidently offer their clients the highest level of service, because that's important when you are servicing your clients. When you join PTN, you're not just signing up with another host, you're joining a community. Our advisors tell us all the time how supported they feel, and we really pride ourselves on that. We celebrate your wins, we troubleshoot any challenges you may be having, and we provide education that's designed to actually move the needle in their business. We also plan PTN events that bring advisors together for networking and training opportunities that strengthen those supplier relationships to create a space for growth. Another big differentiator for us is our commission model. PTN currently pays 90% commission on day one. And in 2026, we're really excited. We're going to be introducing a 100% commission option for qualified advisors. It's designed for those who are ready to take on more ownership of their business while still having the benefit of PTN's support, resources, and connections behind them. And of course, we are always making sure we keep that back end simple, because let's be honest, none of us got in this business because of the admin work. We want you focused on your clients and not spreadsheets. That's why we partner with tools like Sion, which you'll hear about next. Sion commission tracking is easy and transparent, so our advisors get paid with less stress and no missed dollars. So if you're an advisor looking for a host agency that combines personal support, powerhouse resources, the strength of Virtuoso, and has a commission model that truly rewards your hard work and success, PTN may be the home you've been searching for, and I really hope it is. Thank you again to HAR for having PTN on today. We're so proud to be here. Now I'm excited for you to hear from our friends at Sion, who will show you just how simple it can be to manage your commissions and free more of your time to focus on what you love most, which is creating those incredible travel experiences. Thank you.
Hello, hello. I think there was a lot of love given to everybody from PTN, which we all love. Sorry to everybody that's listening. You have me to listen to yet again, but I promise I will be doing very little of the talking here today. For those of you just joining, my name is Shayna. I am the Managing Director here at Host Agency Reviews. I am incredibly excited to round out today with this panel discussion on the future of travel advisor commissions, bringing together payments, tech, and really going beyond. So I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves. So Barbara, I'm going to start with you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Joseph. I am a senior product manager at Virtuoso. I've been at Virtuoso for 10 years, and I'm based in the Seattle area. And Virtuoso is the leading global travel agency network specializing in luxury and experiential travel.
Wonderful. Kim.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kim. I'm with Luyk. We are a company based in San Francisco, but I'm based in New York City. And I pretty much work with a lot of travel clients, and I spend most of my days kind of like talking on how money actually moves. Where does it slow down? How does it happen? And we're kind of like here to help move money all around the world.
And last but not least, Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Nareth. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Sion. Most people think of Sion as commission management for travel agencies, but just a few months ago, we launched our commission payables product for travel suppliers, hotels, and DMCs. We're super excited about that. We did that in conjunction with Wallix. So thank you, Kim.
Oh, I love it. I love it. All right. Well, we've got a cool 45, 50 minutes here. So honestly, audience, get ready. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to start, Barbara, with you. Very simply, how have commission models changed in the past few years, and what's driving those changes?
Yes, there has been some significant change, and it's a bit of a history lesson of sorts, so bear with me. But, it started with the troubling trend of declining commission rates. Many suppliers were reducing or eliminating traditional commission payouts, especially for lower margin products like airfare or hotel bookings. And this is really driven by the suppliers because they're aiming to reduce distribution costs and shift towards direct bookings. This was understandable with the surge in online travel agencies over the past couple decades, but obviously troubling for the traditional agencies and advisors who really bring quality and repeat, lifetime travelers. So, advisors and consortias, we've been pushing back for quite some time, really demanding, transparency and reliability in commission structures from travel suppliers. So suppliers have been getting more and more flexible in providing things like net rates, negotiated markups, and direct payments to agencies rather than individual advisors. So now, all of that has been fine and dandy, except that agencies and advisors are still dealing with chasing down commissions. And as many of you all are way too familiar with, advisors are waiting months for payments and dealing with discrepancies across suppliers. And this is just infuriating. I hear it, and I've been hearing it for my 10 years of Virtuoso, and it's been brewing for a while now. So I'm excited that technology companies are starting to disrupt in a good way the industry, and that there's just more partnerships and more conversations around how to normalize this more. But platforms like Xeon and Airwallex are really streamlining commission tracking, commission payments in general, which I'm excited to dive more into with Kim and Mark today.
Yeah, I'm really excited, having worked at a large supplier where I believe 56% of the bookings came through travel advisors. And it's exciting to see because it's a lot of work on the supplier as well. So to see something that is evolving both for the advisor, but also on the supplier side too, is really exciting. With commissions, do you think advisors will keep earning mainly through commissions, or will we see more fees or more hybrid models? What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be exclusively commissions. There's a clear shift towards professional fees and commission or a hybrid model, especially among boutique and luxury agencies. So the most common model we see at Virtuoso is the base consultation fee with commissions, and a growing trend towards agencies charging, project-based fees and subscription type fees. A barrier to adoption of any of these kind of new models is advisor confidence. And that's really, what we focus on at Virtuoso is we understand there's this hesitancy to charge fees, but with training and technology, we're really helping advisors just grow more confident, get more comfortable with this type of model. I know at Virtuoso, we are, actively supporting this shift with a lot of great training and peer collaboration opportunities that we have in our network. Plus, advisors, are increasingly using technology, digital contracts, and invoicing tools that really help formalize the fee structures and improve that transparency with their customer, their travelers. And that helps the professionalism and the trust building between advisors and travelers. For instance, I was just talking to a boutique agency in California, Virtuoso, and over the years, they've transitioned from relying solely on supplier commissions to the hybrid model with a base consultation fee. And of course, the owner managers I talked to there said their advisors were really hesitant at first, but once they found and got comfortable with charging an upfront fee, it really helped filter out non-serious, customers and inquiries, and enhanced client relationships in the long run. That same agency also tested like a subscription tier service for their frequent travelers, and that worked out great for them because it stabilized their revenue, but also allowed advisors to invest in more of those VIP service qualities that they really would prefer to work on, and personalization. So I heard from an advisor at that same agency that they felt great that they were able to stop chasing commissions and start really focus on building relationships.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. We actually, from our annual report from 2024, so we have a 200 question survey, and we had about 2,500 advisors respond last year, and they said on average 20% of their income came from charging fees. So that's significant.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a small number. And I know everyone listening gets very nervous about charging fees. All I would say to you is know your worth, right? What you're doing. There's a reason why companies also pay you a nice amount of commission. Understand your worth for sure, but take it from your fellow advisors that 20% of their income are these fees that they're charging. So just to put that out there to everybody. One more question for you, Barbara, before I kind of turn it over to Kim and Mark for a little bit is on the supplier side, are suppliers moving towards simpler or more complex commission systems?
Yeah, it's trending more towards complex, but some are experimenting with simplification, and I think all of this, regardless of which way they go, is going to be enhanced with technology. So I think this is a good conversation to have. But the complexity part comes with more variety with how suppliers are offering commissions to travel agencies and advisors with the tiered rates and net pricing and negotiated override. So for instance, we have a luxury safari supplier, Virtuoso, that adopted the net rate commission model and that allowed agencies to set their own markup. And while that gave really great flexibility to the agency, it also introduced that complexity around FX conversions and payment timing that wasn't yet, able to be supported by technology. So, and in the interim, at Virtuoso, what we did was partnered with this supplier to really streamline the commission agreement and ensure payments were made within 14 days of travel completion, which was a great, first step in the right direction. Really helped show that the supplier is committed to empowering agencies without overwhelming them. Yet I think there's still more to do there that can enhance that, of course. And then simplification, I think, is also still needed, and platforms like Xeon, powered by Airwallex, are helping with that simplification, because it's not just about automation that comes with that, but of course, that there's trust in knowing when and what you're getting paid. So, we're seeing significant adoption on both the agency and supplier side of technologies to make them more efficient. Xeon, for sure, is seeing a lot of adoption, and that's just great for, them. I've been hearing about it as a game changer for agencies that are reducing, their admin costs, and seeing all this great cash flow and cash flow visibility. And then, of course, now that the payment functionality is there, them getting paid faster than ever will be just such a great trend to see. And then suppliers really appreciating the functionality too. I was just talking to one that, they're most excited about the batch payment feature, which Mark can speak to more, but being able to pay multiple commissions in one transfer is really saving them time and reducing those FX fees and helping the whole ecosystem.
Thinking back to my time, like many, many moons ago, that I was a BDM and having to, I would say majority of the questions that came in from advisors had to do with, my clients traveled 60 days ago. This is the commission. Why hasn't it been paid? All those kinds of things will just, I think, not just support the advisor, but you're also supporting the suppliers as well, which I love to see. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to, as Mark calls it, the sexy stuff. And we're going to talk about some innovations in fintech. So Mark, Kim, I'm going to be coming to you now. So Mark, let's start with you. What innovations in fintech, so instant payouts, cards, multi-currency wallets, could radically change how and when advisors get paid?
Sure. I don't think I've ever been referred to as the sexy stuff before. So you're talking about the technology, I assume? Is that right? All right.
Both. Hey, whatever works for you. Yeah.
Sounds good. So I think something that Sion is always conscientious of is operating within the existing ecosystem. Believe it or not, advisors, suppliers do have things to do other than pay your commission. There's a lot of other work involved. And one of the benefits, sort of the powers that be, I'm not going to mention their names, but we all know the consolidators right now, is the simplicity of just being able to pay with an IATA number. They don't have to juggle all of your beneficiary information, and this IATA and that IATA routes to this bank account, and this one is in CAD, and that one you have to, do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around. And so to be able to give the supplier the same simplicity, and here's the data from our PMS, here are the IATA numbers associated with it, take it and do the rest. That's what we're doing at Sion, and that's what Airwallex is sort of enabling us to do. So one, multi-currency wallets, you mentioned, from the supplier side of the business, they're able to pay, natively in their currency. And we support 61 different currencies for payout. So in no instances would you be having what we call double FX, like the two foreign exchange events there. So that's huge. Then we also look at simply the timing. This is 2025. Can we have direct transfers between the supplier and the agency? We believe the answer is yes. There are those who would say no, that the consolidator needs to be in the middle, but that really benefits no one. And the speed there reduces error. So when you're paying, within days or sometimes hours of checkout, a lot less falls through the cracks. We actually, just a little story here, we had an advisor reach out to one of our hotels that is paying through all commission through Sion, and they said, "You paid me the wrong amount," and they dug into it further, and they thought they were talking about a booking that was over the summer that had been paid through a consolidator. That fee still had yet to come, but for the booking that the client just checked out a week ago, that was what they were being paid for, and they just couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that this payment came first, and how much was left, that it hadn't been all eaten up with fees and FX. So
that's incredible. I know, even like I said, as a supplier, that would have been incredibly helpful. Also, I know with like Virtuoso, all of your on-sites, right? Like all the DMCs, this to me is game changing. Because a lot of, especially on-sites, really work within their one country and their one currency. And really moving money in certain areas of the world is not easy. So Kim, happy belated birthday, by the way. We do share a birthday, so had to bring that one up. Same question to you. So like, you being on the fintech side of it, what innovations are we seeing that will change how advisors get paid?
Yeah, and I was kind of like eating up all of Mark's examples, because that's exactly what fintech is here for travel, and it's to make things easier. And to be honest, for me, the biggest shift is on speed and control. exactly that. So it's like tools like instant payouts, virtual cards that we can talk a little bit more, and local wires are the ones that remove that friction from what it's earned to when it's received. And that's where we've seen like this kind of like ongoing story of we never know when we're going to get it and how we're going to get it. So without trying to be too technical, for example, there's this one thing that we're able to unlock. I don't know, everybody knows, for example, this Swift code. And up until a few years ago, we always thought the only way to make a payment was through Swift. And the number of clients that I have that they're like, my bank charges me $40 to send this transaction, but not even that. But then whoever is receiving gets eaten up 1%, 2%. They don't even know how much they're going to receive. So it's not even going into something that we can talk later, which is like the exchange of all the kind of like exchange rates that we're having this year, but it's just on the way on how we're sending. So then systems like Wallix kind of like come into it, and amazing systems like Science start to utilize it, where what we do is we send out money as local. So pretty much what we do is, let's say that I'm sending a commission in the US to Canada. Instead of sending it through Swift, which is the only way that we thought we had, we're going to move that and you're going to send it as a local. And that's what actually unlocks the faster, more controlled experience, because whatever I'm sending, I know you're going to get. No more $15 fee of just receiving the money, no more, I don't know how much you're going to get. And that's when typically the next day or instant worth become available. Like that's how it happens. It's not so hard. It's just making sure that you're utilizing the technologies, the banking, the financial technology that is enabling that for you, because we call that local rails. So everybody, when you hear that they're utilizing local rails, that's what you know. That's when you know that it's going to be easier. Like that's how you know that you're actually going to get that as fast as it can possibly be to date. And that's something that I'll say just there. Mark and Cyan are using.
One of our biggest problems, Kim, so it's a good problem to have, but when we're onboarding agencies, collecting their beneficiary information for payment, they just can't believe that they don't have to put in their SWIFT number.
Yeah.
They're like, wait, it's coming from Europe. But wait, no, it's like, it's okay. Just enter your domestic banking information and the money's going to get to you just like it was a local, like a ACH in the US or what have you. They cannot believe that. And but like I said, it's a good problem to have.
Exactly. And that actually like triggers a new payment flow that because beforehand, like I've had clients that before they were using local networks, they had like a 5-day reconciliation just to see and wait. But then again, it's this control of even when you're sending money, knowing that it arrived into the payee's account. So then you also have that control. But yeah, those are the good problems that we want to start having.
And believe it or not, that kind of visibility doesn't exist for the suppliers right now. I was on the phone with a supplier the other day, and he was showing, how much work and effort he put in to the pro forma that would eventually be submitted to the payment consolidator. And he said, the reason I'm doing this is so it's easy for the agency to reconcile, and they have everything they need. And then I broke his heart. I mean, the man almost started crying when he realized that, no, it's not easy on the agency side as well, that when you have this middleman in between, a lot is getting lost in translation. So the more direct and the more and the faster the payments can be, it's really better for everyone. And so the suppliers, the idea that they can actually see when you receive the funds and they know how much you receive. Do you know how many phone calls that avoids? We're seeing commission inquiries drop by up to 40% for some of our suppliers so that they can actually focus on doing what they do best.
No, that's beautiful.
I thank you so much for that. As someone who used to work for a supplier for many years, I can't even tell you the spreadsheet bonanza was out of bounds, but then also the sheer amount of money moving around and when it had to, and yeah, being up in Canada too, if I could have this like personally for when I have to send funds to the US, that would be great. Because it's always fun. I got caught with, oh, you still need to send $20 more for the fee. And I'm like, $20 American is like $100 Canadian right now. That's a lot, you know, it's the exchange rates are not fun. But yeah, so you kind of answered the next question. So if there's anything you want to add, which is, can instant or faster commission payments become the new standard, and how? Is there anything, Mark, maybe you want to add to that?
Well, they certainly should become the standard. I think we're all in agreement on that, but there are hurdles. If we want to talk about the unsexy stuff, regulatory and compliance, we at Cion, we've spent more time on compliance than actually developing our product. And where are you sending all your clients? You're not sending them to South Dakota, unfortunately. You're sending them to Milan and to Budapest and to all of these places in the EU, where especially PII, a personal information of travelers is very, it's protected. There's also invoicing requirements in Portugal and Spain and Mexico that really vary based on jurisdiction. So it's not just a matter of giving suppliers the tools to be able to pay quickly. It's giving them the tools to pay you quickly in a scalable way. And that's huge. Like it doesn't take, there's a reason the process takes so long today. There's valid reasons for this. Some of that friction is never going to go away. And so I think even though like the technology exists for instant payouts, let's see if we can get it to days after checkout first, as opposed to months after checkout, because that's going to keep both sides where they need to be from a tax burden, from a regulatory burden, as well as from a technology standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I'm going to get a little bit more into commission tracking and transparency. So Barbara and Mark, I'm going to turn this over to you. So I do want to start with, how can technology reduce friction between advisors, hosts, and consortia and suppliers when it comes to reconciling the payments? And how can advisors leverage the tools like Cion that hosts and consortia use to better manage and forecast their earnings? So maybe Barbara, I'll turn it over to you first.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that first. So Mark, I want you to weigh in too. So I mean, what we focus on at Virtuoso in terms of technology is interoperability and making sure that that we're enabling agencies to leverage their data and use it in any system that they choose, any technology that they choose, and keep it clean and keep it real time. So that is that's kind of what enables real-time commission visibility into other systems, because part of what a lot of these technology systems rely on is some of the agency data, some of the consortia data. So we want to make sure we're being really good players in that whole flywheel. And so that's really what we focus on to be a good player in that. And that's ultimately what we think is going to alleviate, the frustrations that are out there around commission tracking and payment, and kind of build back that trust that's been, kind of eroded over the last couple decades between travel suppliers and advisors around this. Mark, I'll kind of let you weigh in.
That's all great stuff, Barbara. I think I'd like to preface what I'm about to say with the fact that I'm a developer. I don't work in marketing, so what I'm going to say is actually true. I sit in. I'm actually at. This is not my TV. I'm at a offsite with a customer right now, and I sit in these meetings where we actually do parallel runs. We do parallel runs with existing tech versus a more modern tech stack. And so these are not my words. They're our customers' words that they've identified in multiple, like as a consistent pattern. Advisors are paid faster with new tools. We're talking faster in terms of multiple pay periods of difference here. We've done parallel runs with existing reconciliation offerings like traditional back offices. We've done parallel runs with traditional payment consolidators. So in one instance, the client checked out on Thursday. The supplier paid on Thursday evening. In Europe, it was Friday morning for them. The host agency received the payment on Friday, and they happen to be an agency that pays weekly on Fridays. So it was finalized on the agent's statement on Friday, and the funds were received the next Monday. So that's pretty darn good, if I do say so myself. And I think that's when we realize that we're all on the same team and trying to get to the same goal. That's a huge thing. Most suppliers are not scumbags. I mean, emphasis on most, but most, they understand that they are, the advisor is such a core part of their business, right? And so again, I'm a developer, so I mean this when I say it. I cannot tell you how many suppliers have walked into my office and said, "Can we give you our money?" Because the incumbents are making us look bad. We want an owner of one hotel group said to me, "I love paying commissions," and he wants the advisors who book with them to know that they love paying commissions. They want to pay your commissions. But there's so much friction in the way with the way things currently are. I think the biggest thing right now that you have to keep in mind as a travel advisor is there are two completely different sources of truth. There's the GDS and the PMS. And right now, never the twain shall meet. And until they do, until there's that, two-way communication, which is what we at CION are trying to build. And until that's there, you call them up, they don't even know who you are some of the time. All they know is this is an Amex or this is a JP Morgan Chase IATA number. Even though they don't have that kind of reporting. You don't know if your client checks out a day early unless they tell you. And so, of course, when the commission comes for 3 days instead of 4, there's going to be a problem. So the more we can have data flow back and forth, CION ultimately sees this as a data problem more than even a technology problem.
But you're using the technology to help the data flow correctly.
That is correct. Obviously,
the two shall meet.
Yeah. That's right. I think what I mean by that statement is that everyone has the best of intentions, by and large. All parties want this to work. But if the data isn't talking, if we're siloed here, you're going to run into issues. So integrated systems like Barbara was talking about before, that's really what's necessary to move the commission industry forward.
And I'll just add too that I think part of what's going to drive us towards the industry norm, besides integrated and interoperable systems with this data flowing pretty freely between systems, is also the co-development and being really customer obsessed. And I think that's when we talk about partnerships we have at Virtuoso, we've been partnering with tech companies that are just that. And, that's obviously the trend with tech companies in general is to be customer obsessed, but we really rely on those technology companies to learn about the B2B travel space, to learn about travel advisors, and to listen and co-develop with them, because that's really important too for obviously identifying the pain points, identifying the data gaps, and really solving this issue to make it scalable.
Right.
Well, it's kind of a perfect segue into before I come to Kim to talk more about like cross-border payments is what systems or partnerships are needed, right? Is that, I mean, you kind of did answer that, but if there's anything you do want to add, to ensure that there's transparency and trust in the commission reporting.
So obviously, it's a ways in the future until we're able to get that commission payment direct from the supplier to the advisor. We're going to stop at the host agency in between, and I think that's okay. That's good for everyone. So there certainly has to be that partnership, between the advisor and the host. That's one piece. Then between the host and the supplier, there are we make it super simple. You do not have to be a customer of Sion's agency product, to be able to receive commission payments as a host agency through Sion. All you need to have is an IATA number, and we'll pay anyone with an IATA number. But then in terms of actual technology systems, the ones that keep me up at night are the GDS and the PMS. So like the opera clouds of the world. We've spent the last 6 years kind of perfecting our GDS integrations. I hope there's no one from Sabre on the call today, but all those APIs were made in the Mesolithic. They are so hard to work with. I mean, I don't think they even knew what an ID was when these were created. So we've spent a lot of time there. But then how does that talk to that inventory on the PMS? How do we map rate codes and room types? How did, you think, why are you not getting that virtuoso commission rate that you think you should be? So we're looking at kind of in all those areas, all the systems I just talked about, the PMS and the GDS, were all built before the rise of the IC. That concept did not exist when these platforms were built. And if you can set one default commission rate in Opera for an IATA number for basically a travel agency. The world is much more complicated than that today. And we're trying to, rather than say, reduce the complexity, no, we'll embrace the complexity, but there do need to be tools that sit on top of these legacy systems. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
You absolutely did. And no, I love that you really dive into it and you look at what it was, what it can be. And I think that is super key, but also systems that we still have in place today that, were not built for the IC, the host agency, right. what this industry has evolved, that some of the tech has not evolved as the industry has evolved.
But notice what I said, we're not replacing those tools. The GDS and the PMS are still here. What we can do is we can build on top of those.
Absolutely.
And that's really, I think, where the innovation is happening in the next 5 years.
Absolutely. All right, Kim, I'm gonna throw it over to you before we look at some future looking questions, because I am always interested in currency fluctuations. Again, coming from a supplier, I used to see how they would hedge against currency fluctuations for both product and for commission payments and everything. So it's super interesting and it is an incredible amount of work. So with more advisors working with international suppliers, how do currency fluctuations and cross-border fees affect commissions?
It's super interesting that we need to have this conversation in 2025 after the year of fluctuations that we've had. Like what we're having right now, it's something that it's out of control of pretty much everybody. And it gives us a big uncertainty into how much is it going to really cost me to pay you a commission and how much am I really going to receive as a commission. So it goes both ways. And what I sadly think what happens there is that it chips away from the trust that you can have from this relationship that we've been talking that it's so important to have because everything up until today pretty much it's been very hard to control with the traditional ways, like for example Swift payments. And what I'll say there is there are many times that there are some hidden costs into how we are sending our payments. So more often than not I get the conversation of, hey, I'm not charging any fees. Like I know I'm not charging any fees, it's just on the conversion rate. And the next question that I have to ask there is, so what's your conversion rate? Do you have a specific markup that you know? Because what happens there is that typically every other supplier does not give the transparency of what that is, or just go in and compare into like any other system in Google. Like that's many times what I'm going to recommend to do, because there's a lot of intermediary fees that we don't see. And specifically right now with the fluctuations and everything there, making sure that your cross-border fees are as low as you can be, that's piece number one. But then, for example, you were mentioning hedging, contract forwards. Like we've been hearing this a lot to kind of like gain a little bit of control. The problem typically there is that it gives you the transparency of knowing how much you're going to be charged. But whenever you do a contract, you get surcharged a little bit more. So it's actually going to be a markup even higher than what you're getting at the time. And that's what I'm saying. There's all this new tech, financial tech tools that we can have. And there's, for example, our Wallet has one called Lock FX Rate, where instead of paying more, what you're doing is locking the rate for 365 days. And pretty much what you get there is that you just prepaid for a tiny bit of what you're going to pay later, and then you get to lock the rate with no additional conversion, with no additional markup on top of that. So that makes things a little bit easier for you as a supplier when you're sending payments, as a host that needs to send out international commissions as well. Because as Mark's saying, it goes with so many levels that the conversion comes on one side and then from the other. And I guess that's kind of like the easier way to actually start utilizing and increasing your margin. So that's kind of like my main job whenever we're talking about sending payments, sending wires, is how can I increase your margins without actually making it more difficult or you having to do more work? Because as we were talking, there's already a lot of things going on. So that's kind of like one piece that we can talk about. And then, of course, with the currency fluctuations, as I said, right now, there's not a lot that we can do apart from checking the maps that we have on rates. And kind of like there's also some other systems, like for example, we have one thing for alerts, making sure that you have an automatic alert saying if it ever hits this number, if we again see $1 equals 1.20 euros or like vice versa, just go in and lock and give me 10,000 USD into euros or something like that, just so you can control it a little bit more. So I think these tools are going to help a little bit more. The whole path of this unpredictability that we're living currently right now, and make things a little bit easier. But to be honest, it's typically on those costs, on those hidden costs, than just the fluctuations of how much it is. So again, just what if I would leave today with one tip, is just knowing how much you're being charged on the back end on your markup, even if they're saying, oh, we're not charging you any fee, your Swift transfers are free. Just go back and check your intermediary rate to the rate, because more often than not, that's when like your classic banks, and that's like typically they're charging you 2-3% on top of what the intermediary mid-market rate is. So yeah, that's kind of like what I'll say on that line of the costs.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly interesting and complex. I would love, just give me like, before we head into the future looking questions that I want to touch on with all of you, because we've got about 10 minutes left. I would love to know a little bit of what you are doing with Sion, right? To understand how you all are working together, let our audience know and understand that.
Well, I think I'm going to let Mark explain it fully with more, but pretty much we have we're the financial system to which Sinus is sending kind of like the payments, the payouts outside of it. But I'll let Mark go more into detail because he's the expert right there.
Beautiful. So we sit on top of the suppliers, PMS. Those reservations come in to Sion. There's a cleanup process that we go through. And then that statement can be approved and paid. The payment, the supplier sends a single amount of money into the platform, 10,000 euro, whatever it is. And then all of the payments are split by and consolidated kind of by IATA number. So we have all of these individual transfers that are going out to each of the travel agencies. The travel agencies receive a remittance file, an EFT, just like they would from a traditional consolidator. There are some things, though, that are on that EFT that you might not see from a traditional consolidator. For instance, the FX rate. We are very, very, very proud about the FX that we're able to offer because we're getting those interbank rates from Airwallex, whereas that tends to be hidden. You have to do some voodoo math to find that otherwise. So we're just trying to be as transparent and clear as possible. And then for the supplier, they're able to track those payments individually. So one payment goes in, 100 transfers go out, and they see, when your host agency receives those funds, how much they received. There's a shared ID on each of those transfers, on each of those statements, so that if you call them up with a question, you're literally looking at the same statement. So that's our product in a nutshell. I could go into more detail all day, but I'd love to look at some of the questions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We did link Sion's profile in the comments, so go check out more about them. If this isn't on there, Mark, make sure your team puts this on there. But there
we do have a specific landing page just for suppliers. So I don't know which link you shared, but just click the new for suppliers page and you'll be able to read more about it.
Yeah. We shared the page on host agency reviews. So I think you are linked. There's multiple links in there. Yeah, right. Absolutely. All right. So this question is for all of you. So we'll start with Barbara. If we were sitting here in 2030, how different would advisor commission systems look?
Oh, I think more take-home pay and quicker. I mean, instant, either to agency or advisor. I know that has a lot of complexity within that relationship too, but even that flexibility, I think is the pipe dream. And just really everything that empowers the advisor to do what they love and keep their business as a really viable business, so that they have more financial clarity and control. I think that's key here.
Absolutely. Mark?
I don't know what the tech landscape will look like. I know by 2030, I will have less hair because you guys give me a lot to think about. That's for sure. There is a lot of complexity in this business, but Sion has always tried to make it seem simple. And so I think if we can continue, like Barbara said, to deliver more money to you faster, that's a success. I would love to see a world in which we can get that money direct from the supplier to the advisor. But I do know there's a lot of intermediary steps there that we have to work through. But I do think maybe in 5 years, the tech will be there to make that a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Kim, anything you want to add? If we were in 2030, how different would advisor commission systems look?
Just because I'm coming from the financial piece,
Yeah.
I'm going to Mark more to think about it, because I was going to say that waiting for a payout in 2030 should sound archaic. Like this idea of advisors will see commissions landing within hours of a trip, completing power with this like real-time infrastructure, local rails, embedded financials that everybody can see with control, and continuous transparency. I think that's something that we're building and we're moving towards. So this idea of reconciliation with transparency, tax reporting, I think the technology is going there, and I'll say financial technology is there. I know that that's just giving Mark more homework to do.
I know the fintech is there. What I'm concerned about is the dinosaurs that still live at the host agency and the suppliers, you know, that they don't even know what an API is. They think it's like some letter combination in alphabet soup. No, the tech is there right now. I think there are major hurdles on both the agency side and the supplier side, but we can get there together. We really can.
You're already getting there. So this is exciting. All right, final question.
I think going from 3 months to 3 days, you know, cut us some slack, guys. That seems pretty good.
It's not bad at all. All right, final question for each of you. So maybe we'll start with Mark on this one. What's one innovation in payments and commissions that excites you the most and could truly change the advisor business model?
Oh, wow.
No pressure.
Yeah. Man, that's a hard one, actually. I'm not stumped very often. This is a first for me, or maybe a second. One innovation you said that could really change the advisor's life. I think it's difficult for me to answer because I hear from so many advisors that Sion has already done just that for them. I'm a developer, I'm not in marketing, but I've had advisors come up to me and say, I'll never work without Sion again. So what I'm looking at is iteration on top of that. I think reconciliation we can get even better at, and that's going to get you paid faster. So that money doesn't sit with your host, so that it gets direct to you. I think the communication between the GDS and the PMS, as nerdy as that sounds, is going to really help you know what to expect when your client doesn't let you know about those changes. And then, you know, from a payment perspective, obviously, we could not have done this, you know, 3 or 4 years ago without the payment rails that Airwallex has built. So I probably took everyone's answer there, and I'm sorry, but it's sort of iteration.
We're gonna find out. Pressure's on.
Yeah.
So Kim, what's one innovation in payments? Let's talk about payments that excites you the most.
Now I need to think about something else. No, I was actually thinking that this idea of virtual payouts is something that we're starting to kind of like get out there. So yes, local rails, local payments, but also virtual card payments, for example. There's a lot of the travel world, and for example, in the OTA space is moving towards making some payments through virtual cards. The APIs are developing so fast that are actually giving some advisors the choice of how you want your commission to be paid. For example, do you want it through a virtual pay card? Can unlock a few simplicities of maybe even like the affix and the exchange rate, and getting there simple and quick and easy in like a few seconds. And then this idea as well of unlocking and this is just because you said payments, but for me, it's like just going into something that we were talking with Barbara about with the agencies and the agents and unlocking more of these blended models of them also having more power into how they are receiving and making their money at the end of that. And that means giving them also a way to process their payments or let's say their subscription models or however they want with competitive rates. And that's something that I know today, because we were talking commissions and payouts, we didn't talk a lot, but since our Wallix also has this full like payments acceptance, one of the biggest things that I've seen and that I'm more excited to see is also unlocking this not crazy merchant credit card rates for them to process that and give them a little bit more control whenever they're moving towards deadlines of them being merchant of record and things like that.
Oh, that's wonderful. Barbara, we've got 1 minute left. Do you wanna close the panel off with your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll use the alphabet soup term one more time, which is I'm most excited about, the modernization of APIs for the B2B travel industry. I think that's kind of, to me, the nut that hasn't really been cracked that would really modernize this part. And I know I see it across the industry, but I think what's important about consortiums and host agencies really getting on board with this is difficult to do independently, especially for a small boutique agency or an IC with a smaller business. So, really actively building an infrastructure with real-time data exchange so that any size agency can choose whatever tech stack they want, and it's going to work for them. It's going to make them feel like a rock star. It's going to make them feel efficient, is what I'm most excited about.
Well, honestly, this was such a wonderful way to end day one of HAR Wired. Barbara, Mark, Kim, thank you so much for joining us. This was incredible. I really cannot thank you enough. We are definitely going to bring you all back, whether you want it or not, to come join us for a future event, because I just thank you. This was such a great conversation, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That is day one done and dusted. I promise. One more minute of me, and then I'm out for the day. So what's coming up tomorrow? Join us, same time, same place. If you haven't already registered, please go to har.news/harwired. We will put that in the comments. This is so you can register, and you just get in the morning a daily email from us with the schedule for the day. If you have any colleagues that are interested, feel free to send them the link. You can scan the QR code right there that Juan has put up on the screen for you as well. So day two is all about mastering tech for your business. We will open with a very special keynote who is going to bring sustainability and tech together. Then we have speakers from Travify, Solstice Collective, Fora Travel, Travel Joy, Wanderlust Campus, Travello, The Biz Huddle, and Outside Agents. Oh my. So it is going to be a stellar day two. You will not want to miss it. Before we finish up, I want to give another huge thank you to our incredible weekly sponsors, Cruise Planners, GRN Connect, Travify, Incentive Connection Travel, PTN Travel, and again, to our wonderful daily sponsors to help us open this event, Planet Easy, Safari Portal, and Sion, who you just heard from. Have a wonderful evening or a wonderful rest of your day, and we will see you all here tomorrow.